Shall we rise as we sing the national anthem? The school anthem, University of Jos anthem. Keys not ready? All right. We'll sing it at the end of the colloquium. I think that's how it has been arranged. Thank you very much. Please may we take our seats. The Vice Chancellor of the University of Jos, Professor Tanko Ishaya, the Dean, Faculty of Environmental Sciences, the heads of departments in the Faculty of Environmental Sciences. We have 7 departments in the Faculty of Environmental Sciences here present. Teachers in the Faculty of Environmental Sciences, students of the faculty, distinguished guests, distinguished speakers drawn from the Department of Architecture here in Nigeria and internationally, members of the press, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you today to this academic and scholarly exercise where experts are drawn from different fields of their research expertise to present papers in this seminar on specific and drawn topics. This structured event encourages us intellectually and also boosts debates and collaboration nationally and internationally. This year's theme is Reimaging Architecture for Sustainable Future. And the topic is the Architects Resourcery International Colloquium for Architects in the Academia and Practice, where students are also part of the major beneficiaries. We welcome you. We're looking forward to a robust discourse, a robust debate, a robust collaboration, and where the beneficiary turns out to be a full practitioner of what they have learned. We are looking forward to a beautiful event that will culminate into an end that is positive to our academic research in the university. Once again, I welcome you, and I want to personally ask you to put your hands together for yourself for being part of this event. Your Excellency, you permit me to use Your Excellency because this is what I'm used to. Someone said I'm a politician. I am not a politician. I'm just used to meeting politicians. Mr. Vice Chancellor, sir, I addressed you as Your Excellency last weekend, and I was still saying it. I don't know how the thing is going to turn out to be, but you will permit me to flow on that level. I want to quickly acknowledge the persons that are here in this order. Please, the Dean of the Faculty is already seated. Can you put your hands together for him? Professor Gideon Bartlett. He's flanked by the Head of Department Architecture, Professor Ripnum Shem Lepje. Please, can we put our hands together? Okay, Doctor. Okay, Doctor, okay. Doctor. The VC will pronounce it very soon. So as the time goes on, we will acknowledge you by the presentations you are going to be making in this podium, in this colloquium. We are connected internationally, and our colleagues from the other side will soon join us so that this program will be with them. Papers will also be presented in that order. Please permit me at this point to invite for the opening remarks the chair of the colloquium today, Architect Professor Erepiton Oladisa, to give us welcome remarks. Please can we put our hands together for Architect Oladisa as she presents her welcome remarks. Keep clapping until she comes, please. You're welcome, ma'am.
The Vice Chancellor, the Dean, distinguished professors, representatives of the Nigerian Institute of Architects and the Architects Registration Council, our distinguished speakers and guests, colleagues, esteemed, students, ladies and gentlemen. It's with great pleasure that I welcome you to this maiden international colloquium hosted by the Architects Resourcery and the University of Jos, the Department and the Faculty of Environmental Sciences, that's the Department of Architecture. And today marks a significant milestone in our commitment to advancing architectural knowledge, innovation, and collaboration. At the Architects Resourcery, our mission is to create, if you will, an ecosystem that empowers architects and allied professionals to thrive. We provide resources, networking opportunities, and platforms for knowledge exchange that enhance professional development. And this colloquium has embodied that mission, serving as a vibrant space for dialogue and innovation. The theme of our gathering today and tomorrow is reimagining architecture for a sustainable future. And this highlights our responsibility to address the pressing challenges of climate change, resource depletion, and urbanization. These are real problems that we face here in Nigeria. Incidentally, I teach a course called Current Issues, and I've been teaching it for well over a decade, and it's interesting that the same issues are cyclical. That is, the issues of climate change, resource depletion, and the effects of urbanization and globalization on us and the viability of our practice. And so, these are issues that affect our daily lives and the communities that we serve. We've been battling with network since morning. We have MTN, we have Glo, we have Etisalat, and we've just sent for a multi-SIM router. That is the reality of Nigeria, where you provide your bricks, your straw, your water, your security, and everything. And at this point, we want to acknowledge the efforts of the Vice Chancellor in creating a thriving environment for us to live and serve. If this was not a conducive setting, we wouldn't be able to attract professionals from all over the world. I just want to tell a little story about the original settlement of Abuja. So, when it was relocated, the indigenes were moved, and somebody had the bright idea to come up with the use of glazed bricks to make housing. And while that was a good idea, it didn't go far enough away to make the necessary impact, because we had people selling the houses, and we even had people plastering the houses to make it look more authentic and to create a facade which would resonate with our cultural aesthetics. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the wattle and daub and the use of the tubali, which we know is a sustainable architecture. Professor Alukankum will give a nod to that, and I think the chair of this occasion, Professor Adamu, likewise will say the same. And so, in an effort to reclaim their sense of home, and in our effort to make it real to our students that know about Frank Lloyd Wright and know about Frank Gehry, but know nothing about Frank Mbanefo, who was the president of the Nigerian Institute of Architects, who was the architect of the Zik Mausoleum, and so many other things, buildings that he has done, and a legacy. We have a generation of young people that do not know anything about Nigerian architecture. So to this end, over these 2 days, we will be hearing from distinguished speakers who are leaders in architectural practice and research. Their insights will inspire us to think critically about our work, and I encourage everyone to actively participate in the discussions and share in our experiences. I extend my gratitude to the local organizing committee. I see a number of them. Some of them are 3 different continents. We had members in the Middle East, members in the UK, members in different cities in Nigeria, which is credence to the power of technology. And for those of the LOC that are seated here, I think I can see Professor Awal and Architect Alice Daniel. If you wouldn't mind, just stand up for recognition. Thank you very much. They've worked tirelessly to put this together. I think I almost called him Architect John Oyedemi, the HOD of Fine and Applied Arts. Please, you're also a part of the LOC. Thank you very much, sir, for your efforts. They were received and appreciated. And we also appreciate our sponsors. Several universities, it might interest the VC to know that several universities are part of this initiative, and we look forward to their invaluable support. And as we embark on this journey together at the University of Jos, let us embrace the spirit of innovation and creativity in the most noble profession, architecture. Thank you, and let the discussions begin.
Thank you. You went ahead of me to acknowledge my head of department. I was actually waiting to see the other heads of departments from the faculty, apart from the head of department of architecture. It appears it's only my head of department. Okay. Thank you, sir. Please, the ushers, can you get me the names so I can acknowledge them properly? Once again, can we put our hands together for Architect Oladisa? For one of the ushers, get a paper and get the names of the heads of departments for me. Thank you. At this point, I have the singular honor to invite the Vice Chancellor of the University of Jos for his welcome address, Professor Tanko Ishaya. Please, can we put our hands together for him? Let's keep clapping, let's keep clapping, let's keep clapping, let's keep clapping.
Thank you very much. The Dean of the Faculty of Environmental Sciences here present, and all the deans and directors that have been here present, all the heads of departments, the chairperson of this colloquium, professors, and all participants, both staff and students, that are both here and virtually present, distinguished guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me a great pleasure to have given the opportunity to make a welcome address to this very, very important event, this international colloquium that, by the grace of God, is holding here in Jos, Plateau State, Nigeria. I understand that initially this colloquium was not supposed to be held here, I'm sure due to quite a number of anxieties from the international community. I'm happy that today the international community has had the trust that the University of Jos is now been chosen to host this very important colloquium that is bringing together the practitioners, academia, and other stakeholders in the area of architecture to discuss this very important theme. In fact, in the first instance, when I actually saw the theme of this colloquium, I read it in my mind. I didn't actually read it properly. But when I saw the reimagining, but I didn't read it as reimagining. I read it as reimagine architecture and the future. That is the way I actually read it in my mind when I saw it. Reimagine architecture for sustainable future. And I think that what I had in mind, is actually correct. Reimagine, yeah? It's not reimagining. It's reimagine. I heard our protocol. Did you say reimagine or reimagining? Or reimagine? Okay, reimagine. And this is actually very, very timely. Very, very timely theme, especially in a country or in a continent where we have been experiencing a lot of building collapse. Nigeria, as an example, I think within the past 1 year, has experienced more than 100 various building collapse across the country. Here in Jos, I'm sure one of the things that is fresh in our minds is the school collapse at Bujabuji, where again over 100 children sustained various injuries, and we had quite a number of them that died. And I think, therefore, that when you look at these experiences that we have heard in the country and here in Jos, I think that this theme of this particular colloquium is apt. Because indeed, for sustainable future, we are required to reimagine. Reimagine what the sort of architects are supposed to be bringing, for the future. We also, of course, are aware of the globalized climate change that I believe continue to affect various aspects of our lives and existence. And this is something that we need to, I believe, that this international gathering will bring various perspectives, various practices as well, and various ideas towards really bringing, the future of our livelihood, because our lives, whether we like it or not, depends on where and how we live. And the role of architects in determining and providing where we live and how we live can never be overemphasized. So I'm not qualified to give any lecture in architecture because I'm only a professor of computer science. But My role here is to welcome you all. I want to say particularly those of you that have had the guts to travel from far and near to come to Jos, despite the horrifying stories that you have heard. It is my great pleasure to welcome you and to say that as you can see, those of you that are probably coming from Abuja will probably not want to go back to Abuja because of the excellent and the clement weather. I'm sure it's the kind of weather that you will not find anywhere in the country. So you are welcome. I want you to enjoy not only the weather, but at least the weather and the environment has created a very, very important opportunity for us to have fruitful conversations, fruitful discussions with respect to this particular theme. So I welcome you all, and I want to request that some of you that have come from afar, that will also take some time to go around and enjoy the excellent environment that we are enjoying here on the plateau. On this note, once again, enjoy the conference, and I welcome you. So thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chancellor, for that excellent welcome remarks, identifying some pertinent issues that will become part of our discourses this morning. Thank you. I want to welcome the Head Department of Fine and Applied Arts, University of Jos, Dr. John Joshua Oyedemi. Please can we put our hands together for him, sir? The Head of Department, Quantity Surveying, Dr. Afiz Olalekon Sani. Please can we put our hands together for him? If you checked on the flex banner before you came in, you would see some of our presenters and experts in their individual fields. I want to do this very quickly. Please do help me welcome Professor Ebele Chukwu. Can we put our hands together for her? Later I will call the surname. We have Architect Professor Awalu Umaru. Please can we put our hands together for him? Architect Oji Olukoya, FNIA. Please can we put our hands together? Professor Ibrahim Kamdu, MNIA. Please can we put our hands? We'll keep calling them as they turn in and as the programs continues. The program is for 2 days, and we're looking forward to an excellent presence. I also want to welcome my very good friend and my neighbor. He's a computer scientist. Please do welcome Mr. Joshua Angu. Where is he? Put your hands together for him. When he comes, we'll tell him that he's here. Thank you. You have to meet his house before my house. If I don't do that, all right, at this point, we will, from the Dean, Faculty of Environmental Sciences, have welcome remarks, a goodwill message. The Dean, Faculty of Environmental Science, the Head Department of Architecture, the President, NIA, Akon representative, and Modna Curator. Please, if you're here in this order, Professor Gideon Buckley.
presence of then VC, for me, I wasn't impressed. You call it an iconic structure. Look at it as where we are now. I'm not condemning it, but it should have been better than what we are seeing. So I wish that all the discussions will take into consideration a lot of things, not only the aesthetics. The thing of concern globally must take into cognizance. It may not be all these 17 SDGs, but we need to narrow our mind and our thinking on, first, the future, the issue of sustainability, vis-a-vis this climate change issue. How are we going to key into it? It therefore means that we should be discussing ideas that will, in the actual sense, facilitate, foster collaboration, and then also contribute on these perspectives that we know that are trending. And the final outcome is what we are all looking up to, enjoying. That is making more on the contribution that will lead to professional development, not only architecture. The built environment has other areas of major concern. So you're highly welcome, and that we expect everyone that has found time to come here. And we thank you, Sir VC, for being here. When you have a father that is always available, then we look forward to the best. Some of us don't even find it necessary to always come here. We don't have to maybe make it mandatory. If you are in a university for any reason, if there are international activities going on, it's good for you to enjoy because, to be there to attend and participate fully. Once more, all our participants that have come, we wish you the very best of the discussion. This is an academic discussion that is not localized. We are being watched all over the world. Thank you very much for this great opportunity.
Thank you, sir. The Dean of the Faculty of Environmental Sciences. Permit me to acknowledge, well, one of these, okay, in her capacity as a Deputy Dean, Professor Evelyn L.A. Alu Kankum. Please, let's put our hands together. She's a Deputy Dean, Faculty of Environmental Sciences. We also have Professor Zanzan A. Uji, who walked in, a former Dean of the faculty, and an architect by every right. Please, let's put our hands together for him. And we have Professor Bokda Procnol Ogunshote. Please, can we put our hands together for her? Thank you. Thank you, ma. Okay, the head of Department Architecture, for your goodwill message, sir. You don't clap for your head of department. Even if you want to pretend, clap. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. The Vice Chancellor, University of Jos, the Chairperson, colloquium in person of Professor Ola Disa, the Dean, Faculty of Environmental Sciences, all heads of departments in the faculty, all professors present here from the faculty, the chairman, Nigerian Institute of Architects, and the curator from the museum. You are also welcome. And I want to also welcome the local organizers and all staff and students of the faculty. You are all welcome. I count it a great privilege given to me by God to give this welcoming address. It's one of a unique event that have ever happened in the Department of Architecture. This is the first of its kind. And I want us to please put our hands together for the organizers and for making Department of Architecture, University of Jos, to be the venue for this occasion. We are privileged to host this particular event here, just as the Vice Chancellor mentioned earlier. He said that this event actually supposed to be in Abuja, but it was shifted to Jos here. And despite the short notice, we are privileged to see that this event is taking place, and we are happy. And we are happy to have you, sir, the Vice Chancellor, despite the short notice. We are very, very grateful for your time. Despite your tight schedules, you are here with us. And we are grateful, sir. Thank you so much. I believe that our gathering here is to rub minds on the profession. And rubbing minds is to let us know that there are a lot of issues that need to be discussed, that need to be addressed. And because of that, we are gathered here, and we are very soon going to go into such session where we will learn and begin to contribute and to see that at the end, we will have a fruitful result, which will not end here in the university, but all over the world. They will take record of it, and at the end, the name of the Lord will be glorified. So on behalf of the department and the students of Architecture Department, we want to welcome each and everyone to this colloquium, the first of its kind in the Department of Architecture, University of Jos. You are all welcome. And as we continue with this program, God will see us through and guide us to the end. And at the end, we will return back being enriched by all that we have learned here. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. That was the head of department, architecture. The president, NIA, are you here? Or a representative? Please, let's put us together for the president, Nigerian Institute. Is it Nigerian Institute of Architects, right? Okay. I'm sure the name was given to me. I had mentioned it. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, the Vice Chancellor. Please, and every senior professor. I'm not an academic, so please excuse my, please permit me to stand on already established protocol. I am standing here. I'm the current chair of the Nigerian School of Architects Plateau State chapter, but I'm standing here to represent our national president of our institute, Architect Mobolaji Adeni, FNIA, PNIA. It gives me great pleasure to be here this morning to represent the the president of our great institute. She has an agenda, which is the Unite agenda, and we trust that even this Unite agenda is part of what will be reflected even in the discussion that we'll be having in the course of this colloquium. While we look forward to a very robust discussion, we would like to hear discussions that has to do with rethinking materials, conserving resources, repurposing spaces, using technology and creativity, have data-driven designs, and also weaving in experiences and using illustrations, and of course, using these illustrations to guide the design towards desired outcomes. It is our desire that
as architects and professionals in the built environment, we'll be able to put our heads together. And just as the Vice Chancellor had stated earlier, to curb some of the menace that we are having in the built environment, which is not limited to just building collapse alone, but there's also the challenge of quackery and all of that. We trust that we are going to have a very robust discussion and come up with innovative solutions and synergy among allied professionals, and then be able to propose not just to our nation, Nigeria, but various nations represented in this colloquium, so that we can have a better nation and a better living environment for our people. So on behalf of our national president, Architect Bobolaji Adeniyi, FNIA, I wish us a very successful and rewarding conference and colloquium this year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you want to, architects will think it's a paper. Okay, we had a change of light from NEPA to JET. It's the same thing. We are bandless in Nigeria. Nobody has a band. Whether it's band A or band B, we have been debanned. So we get the light the way they want to give it to us. Nigeria will change it. Amen. Okay, we also quickly have representative of ACON, Architects. Okay. He spoke on behalf of them. Then Motna Curator. Please, round of applause to the curator of Motna Museum of Traditional Nigerian Architecture. I know it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The Vice Chancellor, sir, the chairperson of the colloquium, please permit me to stand on the existing protocols. I want to thank God Almighty for His grace and His mercies that allowed us all to be here this morning. I want to congratulate the University of Jos, the Architecture Department, and also our dear sister, Professor Architect Oladisa, for putting this program or the colloquium. It's good. The topic, Reimaging Architecture for Sustainability, is very, very important these days because we need to think back. We need to know where we are coming from. Museum is all about looking back. It's a mirror of the past. And if you want to forge ahead, you must know where you're coming from. It's very, very important. That's why we, in the Museum of Traditional Nigerian Architecture, try to conserve monumental structures that will aid our students when they come around. They will see it, they can think of how to solve the problems. Architecture is all about solving problems. And if we don't know where we're coming, the way we evolve to the level we have gone today, then we may not design appropriately. From when our people were in the cave, maybe they have only a covering. Move from there to maybe going to the plane and then designing where we are today. So it's very, very important for us to think back. Motna provides that opportunity for us to think. And we expect that there will be a collaboration between University of Jos, most especially the architecture department, and Motna. There's this misconception that we're having about Motna that I read on the internet, that Motna is dead, which is not true. Because we have about 24 exhibits in Motna, different buildings, different structures in Motna, about 24 of them. And then out of these 24, we have only but 4 that is down. The one from the northern part, the house architecture, that is Katsina Palace, the Kano City Wall, the Gubro Minaret, and also Zaria Friday Mosque. We still have about 20 that are standing, but somebody will go to the internet and just write that Motna is dead. Please, I want to ask a question. If you have 100% and then only 16% is out of it, is that person not going to get A? That's about 84%. So it's A. Why would somebody tell Motna that we are dead? We are not dead. We have structure about 84% that's alive. We have from Angas, we have from Birom, we have from Benin, we have from Igbo architecture, about 3 of them and many more. So Motna is alive. People can collaborate with us. We can move forward to make sure that we disseminate the information of the past. These days, sometimes we sit down and design that doesn't have even impact on our people. A typical example. Most of the times you discover that somebody will just say the need for designing a dining area in a village setting. Most of us, some of us will sit even in the bedroom and ask for food. They will bring food for somebody to the bedroom. Please bring my food to my bedroom. You just eat your food and forget about dining area. How many people in the village will go to dining and say, please come, we are eating food? They will just bring mat. After mat, everybody will sit down and this one will be eating because of the communal relationship. So as we are designing, it's good for us to go back and check what we are doing. So I expect that we'll have a collaboration between the University of Jos and Motna. We are happy for this program, and we ask that God's going to help us, and we are going to do the needful. We are going to learn through this colloquium, and the impact will be felt. Thank you, and may God bless us.
Thank you. That is one of the major components of this event, the partnership, the collaboration. I recognize you, sir, Professor Detur Wotau from the Department of Architecture. Please can we put our hands together for him? God bless you. And my friend, Architect Ella, please let's put our hands together for me. You thought I didn't see him. You sat there like a master student. Please put your hands together for him. At this point, very importantly, this is one of the highlights of today's colloquium, the keynote address, which is to be presented by our own architect, Professor Evelyn L.A. Alukankum. Sustainable architectural design, practical strategies for innovative development. Please can we put our hands together as she presents her keynote address to this very strategic and excellent colloquium holding in Jos, Plateau State, Nigeria.
Good morning, everyone. Now that I know that our Vice Chancellor has a new title, the Vice Chancellor, sir, Your Excellency. Good morning. Good morning to our Dean, Professor Backlit. Good morning to all professors well-seated, HODs, students, and well-wishers, especially speakers that are coming in from outside the University of Jos. We want to specially welcome you here today. We are reimagining something, particularly in architecture. We start from the pre-design to the design. So those are the issues I'll be looking at, particularly with reference to design, things that we can do to re-image what we have been doing and to incorporate current trends for innovations. So this is our topic. Let's have the next slide. Next slide, please. Anyway. So we'll be looking at things that will help us to re-image architecture as far as design is concerned. And we're going to be looking at how we'll strategize. We're going to look at how we'll allow sustainability be the driver of our architectural design so that we'll be able to have innovative development in all that we do as far as architecture is concerned. So basically, in sustainable architecture, you have key areas we look at. We look at sustainable energy. Whatever you're doing, you ensure that there's sustainable energy in terms of energy efficiency, and we also have material resource, those materials that will not add to our problems. We also talk about things like renewable energy. We talk about water resource and conservation, sustainable materials. Those are the key areas we look at when we're thinking of sustainable architecture. And with sustainable architecture, we'll be able to drive the dream that whatever we do, it should be sustainable. So we'll be able to key into not just the 17 goals of sustainable development goals, not only, but beyond that. And we go into well-being, livelihood, connecting with nature in biophilics, and things like that. So those are the kind of things we're going to look at. And then we look at the materials that will help us to conserve energy and to have sustainable structures in place that will, in fact, key in between the human existence, our buildings and our environment, and the social stratas that are within our context. I don't know what's happening to the slides. Yeah, okay. Just let me use my system then. Sorry about that. I'd made my submissions weeks ago, and I repeated the same this morning. I don't know what's happening. Because it will be good for you to follow the slides, because I have pictures to tell you that these things are doable, are workable. There are materials that we could use. In fact, there are materials that are so malleable that, you know, the traditional setting of us, especially in the tropics and especially in the savanna zone, who usually have the circular structures. There are materials that we have now that we can achieve that. And so we have the natural settings and things like that. So let's move on, please. Yeah, so by way of introduction, we're saying, well, it all began more seriously in the 70s when we had the negative impact of climate change, and of course, it increases all the negative effects on the environment, and of course, in architecture, because we have structures that are in place, and in the construction sector in general, and those contributed to having these problems that we're having. And the answer now is in sustainable solutions. So it's no longer business as usual. So that's why we're looking at sustainable architecture as the way for the future. Next slide, please. So we said sustainable architecture is now what is the in thing. That is what's going on as far as construction is concerned, to be able to proffer strategies and solutions towards sustainable architecture. Next slide, please. Now, we're looking at the sustainable development goals. There are 17 of them, and we're saying with architecture, sorry, the slides are not looking very sharp, but with architecture, we'll be able to solve these problems, because when we have sustainable buildings, we'll be able to solve health problems, well-being, human well-being, because the building will relate to what the requirements for humans are in terms of ventilation, in terms of air, in terms of lighting for walking and things like that. And you'll be able to have the environment that are nature-based. When you have nature-based environment, you have vegetations planted all around the buildings. They help even in air circulation. They proffer buffers to buildings where we have storms and things like that. But when you plan and have sustainable consciousness, when you are designing not just the building, but the environment, you'll be able to achieve that. And you'll be able to also have natural zero carbon electricity when you harvest the sunlight, to be able to use it within your building to function, and other functions that will run in the building. So those are the kind of things we look at. So for every goal, sustainable architecture is able to address and strategize and provide solutions. So those things are doable. Next slide, please. So this is just to show us example of what a sustainable building can do. Like I said earlier, it harvests the sunlight, it harvests rainfall to stop wastages. You recycle this water, you have environments that are well planned, and then they are green. We also have buffers, all provided for because you, in your consciousness during design, you are able to think of sustainability, all the decisions you are taking. Next slide, please. So we said one of the things you look at is the energy efficiency and renewable energy. So if you are thinking this while designing, you'll be able to provide the strategies through usage of things like the solar and wind energy, which you harvest, and then, of course, to provide clean energy so that you reduce the reliance on non-renewable resources. And, of course, what are the innovations? Okay, you have energy-efficient appliances. You have lighting, cooling systems, and other allowances that are using low consumption of carbon. And of course, they will emit less carbon into the atmosphere. So that gives us a cleaner environment to live in. Next slide, please. So we said innovations are, come out of this. And, when we think of them at the stage of our drawings, we're able to assess the environment, we're able to assess the requirements, we're able to impute the data. Then we need building information modeling. That's what's in now, and it's part, and it will form an integral part of our sustainable design, and of course, construction, and that will help us to have efficient construction development, infrastructure, and whatever you have. Thank you. Next slide. So, eco-friendly building materials. So when we are considering our materials during our construction or during design, when you are specifying, when you know that we have materials that are eco-friendly, you'll be able to make provisions for that. And so you even reduce and you provide recycling. Thank you. Recycling. And so you help materials such as recycled materials so that you minimize waste and reduce carbon footprint. And therefore, the innovation therein will be that you have local materials within us. In Nigeria, we have like the bamboo, you know, they help in installations. Of course, the 3D printing, which is ongoing now, and then you'll be able to have a cost efficiency, resilience, and of course, quality will be improved in your design, the capacity, and other technologies. Now, when we are thinking of other technologies, there's what we call the fiberglass reinforced concrete, which we use in our construction, especially in structures that are quite large. And of course, we talk about the materials like mycelium, which is sourced from fungi. And you know, it's a network of tissue from fungi that you could grow even in labs, even in the backyard, and then harvest it and use it for construction. I wish these pictures are clearer. So you see, especially this circular one, it's so malleable that you can fold, you can change position of your structure. Okay, it's looking too tall today, I want it to tilt. You could achieve that if you use such materials. And of course, we also use materials like the hempcrete, which is mostly of lime, and it is very good for acoustic. As we can hear us in this hall, the acoustic is not very sound. But when we use such materials, not only will you have a sound, but you have healthy environment, you have clear audio receptions, and they are affordable. Usually, maybe at the beginning, you may think they are expensive, but over time, you discover that they are cost-effective and they are affordable and environmental friendly. Next slide. So, climate resilient design. So when we look at climate resilient design, we say we take the advantage of design strategies, so that passive design, which is fairly common, that you're looking at servicing a hall like this instead of using the fan. Of course, you allow passive, you allow air, you provide openings at the top where hot air easily goes off and the cooler air remains within, depending on what you want to achieve at what time of the day. Because if it is in the morning, you want it a little warm, and during the day, you want it a little cool, so that you'll be able to adjust to the solutions that you need. And so these are usually nature-based, so like integrating green roofs, you know, to help, and then rain gardens, usually at the top of your roofs, you know, to improve air quality and provide less waste, harness what you get from nature and improve your living. So you kind of add value to your properties, smart buildings technology, green building certifications. You know, we're not so much into certifications, and it's not helping. We're able to where every material that you use your structure certified, then you discover that we'll be able to fight quackery if we're able to do that, because you will not even take your drawings or your design or whatever to any place without it being certified. And countries that are well developed, that are into certification, you cannot do such things in Canada, Australia, because every aspect of the structures, even light bulbs that you fit in, must be certified to a level that it provides for that structure. Next slide, please. So what we're saying that whatever you do, you need to get whatever you do, data information is very important. And if data information is very important, it means that we need to be all inclusive in a community. Sometimes you see community meetings where only old people meet. And then they decide on certain things. And you kind of build a structure and you discover that only old people come there. The young people are not there. Or you have a community meeting where only the young people are there. And they will tell you that, well, Yarani is for children. So we are not part of it because it doesn't address whatever needs that they have. And then you go to communities, especially communities like University of Jos. You go to most of these lecture halls and you discover that the ramps are usually afterthoughts. They are not part of the design. Or you are climbing a step and you discover that they have different height levels. So, and you're used to a building that has, well-defined, standardized risers and treads. You know that you don't have to look at the steps, you just move. You try it here, I'm sure your teeth, you lose one teeth. So inclusiveness in design is very important, that every member of the community should be involved, should be engaged, whether he has disability or not, so that we are all carried along. When we are going at equality, any facility within the university. Thank you. Next. So water conservation. So you can use your gray water within the house. You can use it as sprinklers for your garden. So you keep recycling even the water from the toilets. You recycle them. They serve as fertilizers to your crop, things like that. Those are the kind of that we have. We have smart irrigation sensors. Once you have something that is innovative, you discover that it is not in itself innovative. It will also create other innovations. Because if you are thinking of sprinklers, somebody will say, oh, what about sensors? Do we just use them? Maybe we can regulate at what time of the day will we have and what amount of water do we need at a particular time of the day. So those are the kind of innovations that are derived for such things. Yes, next slide. We're thinking of how we align ourselves with nature. And we have this flow, we have the connections. Like when we were students, architect Amos Egunte will say, you have that mental connection. So that is what biophilic is all about. And you incorporate plants, you incorporate the outside to the inside to be able to have that impact on your health and well-being. Next slide. So what do? We also engage adaptive reuse of materials so they not in waste, okay? You transform buildings from what other old functions or uses they have, and you preserve culture, and of course you make spaces to be adaptable. Like in this theater, we have fixed chairs. So this theater is not likely going to be adaptive to other uses, except a setting that fits this sitting arrangement. So the innovations are usually, we have fabrications and modular construction. In modular construction, you have it's being built elsewhere and then assembled in one place to your needs and requirements. Next. So, and capacity building. Just like we're here today, we need to talk about what is required, what should be done, what are those things that are important and necessary to be done. And then, of course, we don't train our students because we want them to practice architecture in Nigeria. We train students so that they can be ambassadors wherever they are in the world. Because whatever they are learning shouldn't be just good for us or good enough for us. We have to do the context of other contexts should be included, not just the maybe African or the Nigerian context. but that a student can go elsewhere and continue his program without feeling disadvantaged because of the training that he has had, the internationalization of our education curriculum and things like that. So we have to upgrade our curriculum to suit what is necessary, to suit entrepreneurial skills and things like that. Mentorship, very important in our studios. That's why we encourage that students also have engaging and interacting times with their studio mentors. Next. So, this is all that we're talking about. We say we need materials that are sustainable, energy awareness, innovation, sustainability, energy from solar and all that. And I think that wraps it up. Next slide, please. So, this is what we're saying. The innovations are doable, they are important, they are necessary. Without innovations, you will not move ahead. And this is what drives education. If it is not innovative, it wouldn't drive. And then, of course, the challenges, therefore, is to address those environmental challenges that we have, whether they are socially, they are economically, people-oriented, or economic concerns. So those are what sustainable architecture is able to do, to address such things, and so that we can have innovation. So we won't sit and be hearing innovations happening elsewhere in the world when we're just doing book work, cramming, and things like that. In our education, in our training, in our sustainable architecture, we should be able to be innovative in our learning and in our strategies, in our designs, in our practices, and all that we do. Next slide. Thank you.
Please, can we put our hands together? Ma, God bless you. That was like an inaugural lecture, part 2. Rasmatas, what the Midas touch. Thank you. Please, can you put your hands together once again for her? We thank you for keynote address given at the Architects Resourcery International Colloquium for Architects in Academia, Practice, and Students. This particular session will come to a close, but there's going to be a group photograph with the Vice Chancellor outside. The chair will want to say something, ma'am? We'll give the lead on how the photographs are going to take place. Once again, Ola Adisa, why is this mic seizing now? It's making it look as if I'm a stammerer.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dankes. Actually, it's continuing, but we know that the VC is very busy. We want to give him an opportunity to go and do some other things. We would like to take some group photographs outside with the invited guests, the keynote speakers, and Obese Nachibi Msuwe. So I just saw Professor Uji just come in, and we'll take some pictures with the Vice Chancellor. I wish I could say we could take some in the hall so that the students could be a part of it, but I don't know the logistics of that. And then we will continue. There's actually a chair of this session in person of Architect Professor S.T. Adamu, and we will take questions because I personally have some questions about this presentation. But to release our gracious chief host, we will take a pause here and then we will take pictures. If you can't take picture with the VC, his picture is in that big flex. So you can go out there, students, after this, and you can stand or you can squat at whatever level the VC said is. So you will just tell everybody that you took photographs with the VC. So on that note, please, shall we go out. And they include the HODs and other professors here. Thank you. And the members of the LOC. Architect Ella, Architect Alice.
All the lecturers should go. Yes. All lecturers. If you applied to lecture in the university, you can go out and snap by faith. See, this guy is coming. Do we have students from fine arts here? Students from fine arts? Only you. Sir, I saw names outside. I'm seeing name inside. Ella, I'll stand behind you. No, I will stand behind you. Please, we're coming. There's food. All right. If you check your programs, how many of us have access to this? The next topic is in French. Les abrosés carbonion et modulaires. If this were to be read in the evening, wallah, I would have read it very perfectly. But this French in the afternoon is very difficult. But I'm sure it's going to be translation. Who is French? Who is French here? No French. No French. No French. You didn't even travel to Chad or Niger. Yeah, French. You French, France or Francais. All right. This is one of the interesting parts of this seminar. We will get to know how this thing is going to be done. A modular approach to architecture and furniture design integration. The speaker is Professor Genko Bekin. That's guest talk number 1. So as soon as the link is connected, the lecture will begin. We have speakers and viewership across 3 continents in the world. We are perfect to be on the continent of Africa. God bless you as you roll into this interesting conference and seminar.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, we are going to continue. Before the VC left, we had our keynote address from architect of Razzmatazz, sustainable architecture, and my friend and sister, architect Professor Evelyn Alu Kanku. And we want to first of all invite the chair of this session, in person of architect Professor Sanital Adamu, to come up. Professor Adamu, please. And in case, yes, please, you can come up, please. So, it's an unusual chairman. So, while he's coming up, we will just have a few minutes because we will have a hybrid program, and I know a number of people may want to do one thing or the other. So, according to the program, we are going to have some input and discussion around the very important presentation we listened to shortly. And from there, we will go on and have the keynote from Professor Auer. And after that, we will have a hybrid one from um, Professor Warabi, who is an alumnus of the University of Jos. And after that, we have a very important demonstration. I wish the students will not go far. We are going to have a demonstration. Yes, so while we are taking responses to Professor Alukankum's paper, yes, we will be preparing. I don't know how we are going to carry that heavy thing in, but this is a colloquium. We have to stroke ourselves, our minds, our understanding, and we'll take it from there. We're looking forward to input from the NIA and also from MOTNA and other departments. This is the built environment. And as I look around, I can see people that have made an impact. You students may not realize it, but seated in this room, we have about a millennia of experience. If I put the experience of people like Professor Proknal Ogunshote, I'm sure many of you don't know that the only textbook on environmental climatology and anything like that for Nigeria is written by herself and her husband. But check it. One of the things I'm privileged to do in the Architects Resourcery is to provide support for people that write books. And that book is still the reference. Prof, when was that book written? The one that you and Prof did. It was Prof, where, you know, behind every Prof is a Prof Mrs. Yes, and the other way around. So that was in the 80s. That book was written over 40 years ago. And it's still an industry reference. So I think, Professor Adamu, I'd like to hand over to you, and we'll start the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the chairperson of this. I'm not sure if we are going to take the next two papers, and after that, I think we give some few minutes for questions and comment or contributions. So for us not to waste too much time, I would like to find out if the next paper is on the topic of Le Corbusier's Cabanon, a modular approach to architecture and furniture design integration. Speaker, Professor Jenko Barkin. Professor Jenko Barkin. So he's not available. So we'll go to the next speaker, who is Professor Awalu Umar. Awalu Umaru will speak on artificial intelligence in architecture. That is exploring artificial intelligence potentials in design optimizations and predictive analysis. He's going to speak on AI, that is artificial intelligence potentials in design optimization and predictive analysis. So let me please call on Professor Awal to come over and give us his, present his paper. Thank you very much, Prof.
Good afternoon. the Vice Chancellor, who has already taken his leave, the Dean also, who has taken his leave, the grandfather of architecture, Professor Zanzan Uji, seated here, the HOD. I wish to stand on the existing protocol. And I'm here to present a paper on integrating AI or artificial intelligence into architectural design workflow. The topic has been slightly adjusted somehow, but I think we'll all follow. While we wait for that to come on, in 2019, through the use of artificial intelligence, a project that would have taken perhaps not less than a year to conceive, design, do the proper documentation, and present to a client was done in less than 3 weeks. That project was none other than design of a skyscraper that is 190 meters high. That particular project was done by Zaha Hadid Architects. In it all, the power of AI was used, demonstrated, and enhanced effectively. Next slide, please. Before the turn of the century, architecture was deemed to have been in the traditional method. But lucky enough, at the turn of the century, brought about the birth of what is called the Industrial Revolution, where we have digital revolution coming in. With the coming of digital revolution, that gave birth to the use of digital technology in virtually every sphere and every aspect of life. From there, architecture tapped into that resources. And that gave birth to digital architecture. And with it came in these two distinctive fields. The fields of software and hardware development. Today, we are at the AI age. I know we have fears. We have concerns. Is technology going to take over? But I'll say this. At first, there were a lot of skepticism that using computers will have a complete loss of touch or lose what is called hand touches to design. I'm sure quite a number of us possibly here would have expressed that. But today is no more. That is no longer the story. Next slide, please. Presently, the drive in BIM also had its own fair share of skepticism from people. What are the concerns here? The concern here is loss of architectural artistry through the use of computers and softwares. We're still moving on. It's AI we're talking about. What are the fears here? We're having a more dangerous fear, which is, will AI take over from the architect? AI will not take over from the architect. AI will only improve what the architect will be doing. Next slide, please. This has been the journey part. It was analog, went digital. At digital, we're able to develop both 2D and 3-dimensional application of designs in computer. From there, we moved to digital architecture, all with the times and timeline and what have you. AI, artificial intelligence, is a transformative tool. It is expected that it should enhance your design conceptualization, design itself, and execution of the design process. Presently, the application of AI in architecture is mostly at the early stage of the design. Next slide, please. Artificial intelligence, AI, is simply the use of machine or computers to mimic what the human does. By way of learning and using independent thinking through the learn process and taking decisions and producing designs. Presently, as we speak, AI is doing a good job in this aspect, as it can stimulate design and produce various alternatives in a snap of the fingers. Today, as we speak, the areas in which AI has developed include the modularity design approach, computational design approach, parametric design approach, as well as generative design approaches. Next slide, please. AI, being a transformative tool, has impacted architecture in several ways. That include accelerated design process, enabling data-driven decision-making, advanced sustainable design, enhancing visualization and client communication, improving construction accuracy and efficiency, as well as facilitating collaboration and integration. AI has the ability to provide all this. In other words, AI is augmenting what the human does by enabling data-driven decision-making, as well as providing adequate sustainability. In it all, as we speak today, AI exists in two forms. The application of AI in architecture exists in two forms. The embedded, which is usually remote, and software specific as well as cloud-based approaches. In the embedded remote system, here we have the AI tool being installed as a plugin to an existing software platform that is remotely installed on a system. While in the cloud-based services, this AI tool is used as an online tool where design solutions are generated using the internet. Example like the use of Midjourney. Relevance of AI. There's no doubt that AI is very relevant in architecture because it has the ability to provide enhanced creativity, optimize design processes, improve project outcome and delivery, automate repetitive and tedious tasks, increase efficiency. The list will go on and on and on. Next slide, please. What we have before us are some selected AI-enhanced projects that each and every one of them, a particular aspect of the AI tool was used to achieve. The first that we have on the far left or top left is just a conceptualization where AI tool using series of algorithms was able to generate these ideas from which the architect can build. Second top right is one of the entries by architect Zahadit. This is the design of an airport in Shenzhen, China. Here, the choice of material and how the material will look like is what the AI was able to produce and provide for. While the bottom left, we can see a concept also. This is using geometric shapes. AI was able to generate this, and the architect was able to follow up with the development of the project. Thereafter, it is a project that was designed, completed, and commissioned as a smart building called the Decaded Tower in Oyo. While the last but not the least is one of the features we're looking with the AI, which is analysis and simulation. On this project, the emphasis is on structural stability. And in it, AI was used to generate and simulate how the building would be and what are the required structural elements to make this building stable. Next slide, please. This is a table that shows the use and integration of AI in all the various stages and phases of design with specific tools in mind, with the tools principle as well as the objectives of each of these tools. What is it designed to do and how does it do it? Next slide, please. Today, AI is used in architecture in several ways. At the conceptual level, at the design development level, as well as at the point of interaction, coordination, and collaboration between the professionals. At each of these levels, we have key indicators or key parameters that are checked. At the conceptual level, we are leveraging on AI tools' generative power to generate images and provide visuals. While at the design development stage, we can test energy use. Energy simulation can be done in terms of how much energy is required, how the energy can be used, and how can it be sustained as well. Then we do also environmental analysis, impact analysis at the design development stage. So also would it be at the design, documentation, and administration level. We have a lot of AI tools to leverage from there as well. Next slide, please. There's no doubt that AI have advantages. And before us are a couple of those advantages that AI provide in terms of its use in architecture. That include creative exploration and innovations, data-driven design optimization, time saving and money saving, safer design and work environment. The list can go on and on and on and on. Next slide, please. Now, the discussion here is on the integration of AI tool in an architectural design workflow. If I may ask a question, each and every one of us here will have a particular workflow. The emphasis of this discussion or this presentation here is, at what point do you need what AI? As it is, a workflow is simply a structured process that guides design and development of building projects from conception to completion. This may vary depending on projects and then depending on individuals and personalities. Usually a typical workflow will cover the pre-design stage, conceptual design stage, design development stage, construction phase, post-construction phase. The use of AI tool in the workflow ensures that project meet functional and aesthetical values, as well as meet regulatory and environmental restrictions. AI can provide suitable design that can meet all these requirements. Next slide, please. As we know it, next slide, please. This is a typical workflow in architecture that includes activities at the pre-design stage, where research and analysis are conducted, activity at the conceptual design stage, which is usually what we call the schematic design stage, and then the design development stage. We have the documentation stage, tendering and bidding, construction administration, and project completion and handing over. this is the sequence. For the purpose of this discussion, items that are highlighted in red, I hope we can see them anyway, are those that we're trying to talk about and show that leveraging on the power of AI can enhance it. Therefore, at the level of conceptual design, AI can be employed completely, 100%, as well as the design development stage. Next slide, please. Next slide. Therefore, this is what an enhanced workflow will look like, while taking only the conceptual development stage and the visualization stage. Here we can optimally benefit from the power of AI. Next slide, please. There's a question here. This is always the question that is asked. Why change to a tool when the present and the current tool you are using is performing? It's a question a lot of people ask. And the answer lies in the advantage and the benefit that one stands to gain by using AI tool. Next slide, please. I want to ask a question at this point. Who is using AI here? Can I see you have some hands? General use. General use. General use. Almost everybody. For those who think they are not using AI, if you remember what we said, the power of AI that we're leveraging on, one of them is predictive. And one of the earliest application of AI that we can see, that we can remember, is in text messages using Androids. Already by use of a particular phone, as we said, AI is trained. For the fact that AI is trained and can now act, as you type in, there are specific words that automatically your phone will just keep predicting and suggesting to you. So all you need to do is just keep picking, and you are there. Isn't it? So it means everybody here is using AI. But who are those here presently? How many people are using AI for architecture? How many people are using AI for architecture? No, I want to see them, so I ask them, what area are they using it for? I'm waiting. You're using AI for architecture. Oh. As we said, AI can be used in virtually all fields of endeavor. It can be used for architecture. It can be used in architecture on the design workflow. It can be used in specific areas. AIs have challenges as we speak. One of the key drawbacks, I haven't asked even those who are using AI here, I think is the Gen Zs that I've seen raising their hands. Because is tend to have a high learning curve. The learning curve is high. The Gen Zs are able to catch up easier than the millennials and our old cargos. Sorry to say that. Specific algorithms are written to be biased. I can cite a case of one of our latest entry into the PhD comrades. I can spot two of them here. Whose studies involve the analysis of energy. Who unfortunately we couldn't have data that can support what we're doing. So one of the drawbacks of AI at the moment is it's being biased. The algorithms are written with bias. Then the issue of data privacy as well as copyright. With the cloud-based services, concepts can be developed. However, there are ethical questions. Are these images being generated by the AI, not from other sources? Unacknowledged sources. So there's that fear. Ultimately, as far as architecture is concerned, design has a human interface, which AI lacks. In as much as AI can give you a solution to any design problem, twinkle of an eye. AI lack intuition as well as emotional intelligence. It is recommended that rather being afraid of AI, we should embrace it. Explore it. Develop our skill further in the use of AI. Because it stimulates innovation and creativity. Next. Incorporating AI into architectural design process represent a paradigm shift in which technology is actually collaborating with human and computing with human in creativity. Even though AI is still at its infancy as far as architecture is concerned. The use of AI in architecture have reached an advanced stage, especially in the conceptual and the design development phases of architectural design. At this point, it is expected that architects will collaborate with AI and enhance the power and the benefits of AI. Next slide, please. I have mentioned a few earlier on some example of AI-driven projects. We have mentioned that of Zaha Hadid, which was used in the design of a skyscraper. We have also mentioned the use of digital technology to serve. Here, the emphasis on generating images of what the building will look like eventually by Frank Gehry. We also saw one in which the building was designed, a smart building. Next slide, please. There's no doubt that present and very clear impact that AI will have on architectural design workflow. This at the moment will affect everyone and everything. AI at the moment is a tool. The impact has been high, but it's still on the increase. A study carried out by RIBA indicated that at the moment, close to 500 million are using AI. And only about 23% of that usage is in architecture. So we can see the number is quite small. Rapid advances in AI will indeed have major impact on possibility and application of AI in the society. Next slide, please. The trends. With the use of AI today comes in the evolving trend of use of augmented reality and virtual reality, where clients, stakeholders are immersed in the project, having a feel of what the project will be like, what will it look like, and how will it feel like. The use of robotics in construction, the use of IoT, Internet of It. The architect is expected at this point to play a very critical role. That role will be in balancing intuition and the power of AI. Remember, we said AI lack intuition and human touch. Also, the role of the architect here will be to be engaged and continue learning and adapting these tools in his workflow. The fear that we have, AI will replace architects. AI will never replace architects. Rather, AI will help the architects in repetitive tasks, in solving more complex problems with specific and design algorithms that are tailored towards specific projects and specific communities and specific locations. No doubt about it. We can't fight it. The role of the architect is already altered by the advent of artificial intelligence. AI is here to stay. AI is not going anywhere. We need to take time to integrate it into our practice to benefit and leverage from what it offers. Next slide, please. In conclusion and closing, the key takeaways from this discussion. Ultimately, AI enhances. AI will not take or replaces. Call to action. Experiment. Explore. Use innovative ways to integrate AI into your workflow as an architect. Adopt these tools. Upskill. Train. Get trained and retrain in the area of the use of this technology. For our institutions, integrate AI in education. Integrate and use AI for research and curriculum development. Engagement and interactivity. What is your typical architectural design workflow? It is you who knows how your cycle of design is. It is you who will know where to place yours. As I said, AI is here to stay. AI will be with us. Integrate AI into your workflow. Plan to do that in the nearest future. Now look at your practice. Look at your design exercises in the next 3 years, in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years. Look at your workflow. Look at the available tools. Think of where to integrate them into your design process. An AI-enhanced architectural workflow will no doubt increase creativity. It will not replace it. We have had this fear ever since the advent of technology. That technology, when it takes over, creativity is dead. Thank you.
Professor Awal, for your very beautiful presentation. Let me remind you that we had the first paper by Professor Alu Kankum, and we said we would take questions, possibly contribution, after the second speaker. Now, we've just had a presentation on artificial intelligence. Thank God, our own intelligence is natural. Our own is NI, not AI. So I think we will have questions, I'm sure, because I see the issue of this AI will have a lot of challenges. For example, if we look at it at, in African continent, especially with our experience here in Africa or in Nigeria in particular, I can see a kind of connection between even the first speaker and this topic, because sustainability, as we know, as she has said, the first speaker has pointed out, is a relationship between human being and nature, human being and the environment. But with this AI, what is the relationship between this AI and the environment? How will the AI respond to our sustainability? I mean, these are questions that I think some of us need to think about. So I think maybe I will allow questions for the first paper. If there are questions on the first paper, please come forward. Questions? Questions, please. Okay, sir.
Thank you very much. Loud enough? I am Uji Zanzan Akaka. I'm the grand old man around here. Now, the concept of AI has generated a lot of furore. The concept of AI has generated a lot of furore. what I notice is that whatever people can't really understand, they allocate it to AI. And it's going to bar, it's going to deaden our senses of analysis. That's my fear. It seems to me, one of the people who invented, or shall I say generated AI, recently resigned. Because he was scared. I don't know whether you mentioned it. Okay, you mentioned it. Okay, he resigned because he was scared that the robots that have become part of AI have or are going to acquire more intelligence than human beings. And he foresees a situation where it will go beyond, it will escape it being held back. Nobody can hold it anymore. The robots will now take over everything. You won't have any jobs anymore. You won't have any thinking anymore because the robots have taken over. Now, what do you intend to do about that? I just showed you something here. Look at that. Ordinarily, what imagine, it's a video. Let it play. Ordinarily, you would imagine it's human or forms from outer space. But now it's been allocated to AI. So what do? Don't they are facing understand the value or the of AI? I don't know whether you're going to react to that, but I'm worried because if it takes over everything, we don't have any thinking anymore. We don't have any ability to analyze things anymore. Whatever you don't understand, you say, where is AI? Even the I'm making on this is that, don't worry. What do you do about that?
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Prof has actually pointed out an issue. This AI will eventually make us like robots. We human beings will become robots. Yes, we become like mechanical machines, because our emotions, our thinking, this thing will just, everything will be captured by AI. So we'll just be dormant. We'll just actually be not thinking straightforward, not thinking correctly. So I think this is one of the challenges I think we need to look at. Thank you, Prof. Any other question or contribution from the floor? Please. Whether in the first paper or in this second paper. Well, if there is none, I think we'll go to the next paper. Oh, okay. Yeah, you want to respond? Okay.
At the turn of the century, in light of the technology, one of the first things with the introduction of computers for simple, what were the fears? People are no longer going to, because we're not using our hands. It's just a perception. The fears expressed by, I think, one of the vice presidents of one of the AI that Prof is referring to. He is expressing fears in the algorithms, not in the robots themselves. Now, I have actually mentioned it, that algorithms, and these algorithms can be biased. But remember, an AI learn from what it's doing constantly. The angle of fear has been, after learning this, it has the ability to learn more. For those of us who are using AI, especially and predictive test AIs, you find out that when you ask a question, even as simple as Meta is, the WhatsApp version of the AI tool integrated into WhatsApp, you find out that it always remembers the last question you ask and continues from there. For every tool that will be developed, there will always be this fear. And naturally speaking, the fear is real. Because the thinking is, how about this if this gets to a hand or to the wrong hands? This has been the concern. For us in architecture, I think we have little or no fear. Why? Because if we're thinking at any point, we can change. Because remember what I mentioned. AI lacks that human touch. It lacks emotion. It lacks social and community understanding. So it's a limit. There's a limit to which it will go. But generally speaking, that was what was portrayed in the early 90s. When Terminator, Arnold Schwarzenegger, film was developed then. It was developed along the same, where you have a machine that can take over. But we saw and we realized that the machine was not able to take over completely. Oh. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Then any other? Okay.
Thank you very much. I actually want to commend the first speaker because I noticed that she has covered very comprehensively the issue of sustainability. She didn't touch just one platform, but it was on several different levels. And I just want to give her the credit, and I want you to take note that the levels she has touched, each one deserves separate paper, separate presentation, and or even books, volumes of material can be presented on each one. And that she was able to do it so she touched on building material, on art of human relations, ergonomics, green technologies, and so on. And when we come to the second topic by Professor Awal, say it's a topic that is of interest to everybody. It's a hit, and I could see how attentive everyone to the topic. And yes, he did justice to. I only want to say about dependence of can lead us. For example, if you ask questions, chat, a question, fake question, it will sound correct. And if you know your field, you. And basically, I just want to warn us. Your creativity can never be replaced. About we should be critical about. Still, make use of it, but with a pinch of salt. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. She has, make some comments on the first paper and also the second paper. And the one thing I always remind us, especially remind our students, is that the way to learn is to ask questions. If you don't ask questions, you will never learn. That is a fact. You must ask questions. As students, you must ask questions if you want to learn. So don't have any feeling. If you don't understand anything, ask questions. All of us here, we are a family. We are your teachers. We are with you. So don't have any feelings. Please, if you have questions, ask that questions. Thank you very much. Okay, let me see whether the next speaker is available. Who is Professor Werebi Gabriel? He's not around, he's not available, okay. The next topic is by, the speaker will be Architect Professor Ebele Chuku Obianuju Enwerekoye. Her topic is on pedagogical nuggets for sustainable architectural education. That is preserving the legacy, preparing for the future. Professor Ibele, you are welcome.
Thank you for the chair for that introduction. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm going to stand on existing protocols so that I will be brief with my presentation. I hope the slides are up. Oh, resolution is not so great. Having to speak about design education is something that should be dear to all of us because of where we are. We are in an environment of design education. Please don't be confused by the word pedagogy. It simply means the science of teaching, and that's what we're going to look at today. Next slide. You can go to the next slide. Yes. So this is just an overview. Yes. Okay, it's clearer on this side. So we are just going to go through the overview of the paper, which will contain these key sections. Next slide, please. Architectural education is something we are all very familiar with since we're here. We know what we are doing. We are learning and training to be architects in the future. And architectural education has come a long way from the standards we used to know, where the legacy is, and there's a lot to pay attention to concerning where it is going. Architectural education has come a long way from T-squares and Z-squares. I remember somebody making that comment during one of our postgraduate seminars. He said, this is not what he expected to hear in an architectural seminar. He was thinking we were going to talk about T-square and Z-square. Unfortunately, that time has long since passed. Architecture is very diversified. We are businessmen, we are sociologists, we are accountants, we are psychologists. At a point, you are a guidance counselor. So you cannot learn architecture by learning only hard skills anymore. We've gone beyond that. And where we are focused on is taking architecture to a point where our previous speaker, Professor Alukanku, mentioned, to be sustainable for the future. How do we prepare our architects to work competently in the future? We use our pedagogy. We use our teaching methods. Architecture education, what we teach and how we teach it is is a direct copy of how it is in practice. Architect education is just exactly the way we practice, and that is how we learn. Fortunately, we have a very good guide in Nigerian education for learning. Some terms that architectural students may not be familiar with include the core curriculum and minimum academic standards for architectural education in Nigeria. It's known as the CCMAS. This is a document that is well researched, well compiled, and disseminated by the Nigerian Universities Commission to ensure that schools of architecture across Nigeria have some kind of uniformity. So the CCMAS contributes about 70% of our major curriculum. But then we have schools of Nigeria. I'm not too sure the current number, but there are well over 50 schools of architecture across Nigeria. So the CCMAS allows individual schools to have their own content, some philosophies that guide your school's thinking, because some schools are more technical. You know, you might have heard of Federal University of Technology, Federal University of this, University of that. So each university has its own ideologies and philosophies, and they contribute 30% to the CCMAS, which is taught across Nigerian schools. So to look at this paper, the two key questions that will be asked will be: how sufficient is the CCMAS for architectural education? Is the CCMAS working? Is it going to work? Does it take into consideration the dynamics of architectural education, which affects our practice? We also need to look at the question as in how effectively can the CCMAS and our architectural pedagogical strategies work for combining our legacy as in architectural education. We come from a very strong legacy in architectural education, but how does it combine with the future, which are our innovations and sustainable means? Next slide, please. So architectural education, next slide. Architectural education comes from a tradition of self-learning as well as mentored learning. Some of you may have heard the term a meister or a mentor or a maestro. Before architectural education became formalized at the end of the 19th century, we had a situation where there was nobody going to school to study architecture. You would just have an experienced builder, someone who has learned all the tricks of the trades. Sometimes they were masons, they were carpenters, depending on the materials of construction that were available. And that meister will take on a young mentee, take on a protege, and will teach you over years and years of experience. There was no duration for that. You could learn it in 1 month, you could learn it in 50 years. So you're only released from the training when your master or your maester thinks you are ready. So I'm sure, coming from this our African context of learning, I'm sure that you know that many trades are learned under a mentorship scheme like that. For traders, carpenters, and so on and so forth. You see them doing that. And architecture came from that. But sometime at the turn of the 19th century, the decision was that architecture should go formal. So you go to schools to learn it. And in those schools of architecture, the pedagogy being used involves not just learning under a master or a mentor, but it also involves a lot of self-learning and individualism. This method of learning sometimes asks the question, is architectural education governed by pedagogy or something we call andragogy, which is this matured learning kind of school? Adult education is what we call andragogy. Or are we looking at heutagogy, which is self-learning? You just throw the student into a situation where he's forced to learn by himself. Well, what we find out is that architectural education involves a little bit of everything. There is a meister, there is a mentor who will guide you. I'm sure some of you who have gotten to your second year, if you are here, you have started doing design studio courses. So you have architectural mentors in your studio, 3 or 4 or 5 of them, under whose mentorship you are being guided. But then you also keep learning. Architecture is one of those professions that you never stop learning. Especially now, you heard us have a long talk on sustainability. We've had another talk on AI. If you don't learn constantly, you will be left behind. And architectural education does not stop once you leave your institution of learning. You will constantly find areas where you have to adapt. Is it working? Okay, there we go. So we have this issue where we are constantly adapting and learning and getting prepared to face future challenges. So there is a bit of andragogy. There is a bit of self-learning, which is the pedagogy. You find out that, especially in the Nigerian standards of education, you are given a period of learning in architectural education in which you, the student, are responsible for self-learning. You will teach yourself. You are given design briefs, and you are expected to come up with ideas of your own. I recently got to find out, maybe this is well-known information, but I got to find out quite recently that in a lot of countries, especially developed, so-called Western countries, developed countries, when you're going in for your research thesis, or you're at research for any level, undergraduate, postgraduate, your topic is given to you by a supervisor. You don't pick your own topic. So it is, you are told what to write on. And I was explaining this to a researcher in another country, that in my country, we don't give students research topics. We say, go and pick your topic and bring it, and we'll take a look at it. And if it is worth researching, you are assigned a supervisor. So there's a lot of self-learning in the Nigerian curriculum of education. And this is something that is very readily available in the CC document. What we know is that architectural education does involve a tradition of creative freedom and expression to address real-world problems in the built environment with all tools of critical thinking. Next slide, please. In summary for architectural education, we know that pedagogy, as we are trying to describe it, involves three key aspects. We're looking at the teaching methods and the techniques to teach. We're looking at the students' learning behavior, and we're also looking at the teaching tools for dissemination. These are the three aspects that pedagogy covers. Given the time frame for this presentation, it probably won't be possible to discuss all the aspects in detail, because the aspect of teaching methods and teaching techniques will involve a very close look at the individuals who are asked to teach architectural education in Nigeria. But I'm sure you know in this setting that what the NUC requirements are is that anybody teaching architecture is already trained and licensed, or trained and qualified to teach. You cannot teach in an architectural program if you are not an architect, which means you must have been trained yourself. For the student learning behavior, there are a lot of information out there about student learning styles, learning behavior, how students learn. But once again, we assume that for you to have been part of the architectural program in Nigeria, you already meet certain intelligence and creative skills to be qualified to even study architecture in the first place. So that is something that is general to the system. But this particular presentation looks a little bit more about the teaching tools for dissemination, which are contained in the CCMAS document that we have. Next slide, please. For the purpose of collecting data for this study, next slide, the main information was gathered through a lot of research, studies of existing papers and reports. I have done some research myself in recent time on student learning behavior and understanding the pedagogies that are being used in Nigerian architectural education, because there is a concern, a rising concern, that some of the graduates of architectural programs are not ready for real-world problems. At the third year or fourth year in most schools of architecture, students now go out for industrial attachment, which is a 6-month hands-on learning exercise program where they actually work in an architectural practice. And they get to work, and as academics, we get the feedback from those who have employed you for 6 months. It usually comes back with very mixed reviews. Sometimes they're happy, sometimes they feel that as architectural educators, we have a lot of work to do to help the students prepare for real-world problems. But when we take a closer look at this, you find out that in the context of work that is out there, there is enough information in the CCMAS document, as well as the existing research out there. Information is growing, we are gathering it, and therefore the information presented here will be more like a mixed method, some kind of quantitative, a hybrid between quantitative and qualitative data for presentation. So on the next slide, I know the resolution may not be so great, but I think the slides of this presentation will be made available after the presentation. We have some researchers, both internal, that is within Nigeria, and external, internationally, who have looked at architectural education in terms of modules. What we teach in architectural education is a studio-based program. All of our non-studio-based programs have direct impact on studio learning. And that studio learning is where the architect learns. That is a simulation of the architectural practice you will do outside of your learning environment. So we have this matrix of sorts that gives us a cross-reference between the CC content and the modules we have for architectural training, which are in 12 themes. And these themes include physical model making, creativity stimuli, critiques, dialogue, student learning styles, experiential learning, collaborative work, participatory stakeholder meetings, problem-based learning, digital design, immersive technology, and pedagogical strategies. Now, what we have found out is that the modules from architectural education as given by the CC MAS, which include art and drawing, architectural history and theory, building systems and technology, humanities and social studies, environmental control, and physical sciences and ICT. What we have learned from the cross-reference between the 12 modules of, the 7 modules of architectural education and the 12 themes is that the CCMAS document actually provides a very robust content for sustainable architectural education delivery. And I think that is something that we should applaud, because as a document that is constantly being revised, you can be sure that the contents of the CCMAS curriculum, which is shared to schools of architecture, is sufficient for sustainable architectural training. Whether you're working here in Nigeria or you don't know where you'll find yourself in the future, you could be anywhere in the world. The content of the CCMAS is extremely robust. The challenges we have in looking at the CCMAS, which are on the next slide. Can we move to the next slide? The challenges of the CCMAS as have been looked at in a global context when compared to countries around the world, because on this slide we have a ranking with Nigeria, schools in Asia, schools in US and Canada, schools in the UK, and of course the rest of Africa. There's a ranking system based on some existing study to show that one area where Nigerian schools still seem to show a little bit of or a need for improvement include areas such as ICT. We have some challenges with some of the theoretical and structural courses like business, psychology, and other social sciences. There is that need to continue to enhance the curriculum to improve those areas. But as I did say at the beginning, the CCMAS only provides 70% of the core curriculum content. Institutions are responsible for providing 30%. And this is where the individual schools can take a good hard look at what to add to the curriculum on an individual school basis so that the students get the best. For those of us sitting down here and for those that are watching around the world, University of Jos has submitted its 30% addition to the CCMAS curriculum, and it was very robust. It has courses on business, courses on psychology, courses on landscaping and gardening, courses on housing studies. All of these are designed to enhance what our students learn so that their education is extremely diverse. In the course content I teach as an undergraduate course, I'm sure you've heard my students will hear me say many times that an architect is expected to know a little bit about everything. And that is a mantra that drives the diversity of the profession. You don't know where you'll find yourself, you don't know what context you'll find yourself, but as a ranking on a global scale, Nigerian education for architecture is in good standing, and I think that is something that should be encouraged. But as I said, because of the areas of ICT and research where there are some challenges, you find out that we are spending more time in architectural education working on the hard skill sets, hard skills. And with the talk on AI just having concluded, it's something that needs to be given a very critical look on how to cope with the development of hard and soft skills. There's a university, I think the next slide will help me with this, There is a university in the United States of America called the University of Maine that developed this prototype housing called the BioHome 3D. Some of you may have heard of it. I wish the pictures could have been a little bit clearer. But this building achieved a lot of milestones, broke a lot of records following some recent development in the United States. The first thing is that it's a prototype developed entirely out of academic research. One of the first of that. And one of the things about the BioHome 3D is the method of construction and the materials of construction that were used. Looking at this, you would not believe that this is a house where the external and internal, including furniture, are all made of waste, wood waste. And what happened is that everything is pulverized, turned into a paste, and used with a polymer, a plastic polymer, and turned into a prefabricated home. And this building has now not only achieved LEED status, has been ranked for a LEED ranking, it also has been the first prefabricated home to survive under all weather extremities. So no matter how cold or how hot the weather is, this building is standing very solid. And this is a product of academic research. It wasn't funded by a corporate body or some kind of a business person. It is purely from a school of architecture. What stops schools of architecture around the world from coming up with more innovation for housing delivery and providing affordable housing? If the curriculum is robust enough, and if the information that is being shared to our students is relevant enough, this is the kind of research that should come out of schools of architecture from anywhere in the world. After all, Nigeria is, if nothing else, we are gifted in generating waste. We have a lot of it. Plastic waste, wood waste, even human being waste is available. So whatever it is, we should be able to turn our waste into treasure by coming up with affordable homes. Next slide, please. Concerning the pedagogical approaches for architectural education, we take a good look at the best approaches, which include the constructivist approach, the collaborative approach, integrative learning, and the reflective approach, as well as inquiry-based learning. This study acknowledges the fact that for everybody who teaches in architecture, it's a very highly selective career choice for anybody. Just like law, medicine, and other professional courses, you must have a certain level of competence to be able to teach in architectural education. And one of the things that is highly needed, as based on the requirements of the NUC and the CCMAS curriculum, is that every school of architecture is composed of a suitable mix of educators of different levels of competence. There's a high need for the junior cadre educators. We need mid-level educators, and we also need senior level educators, because they all bring something different to the program. Most junior level educators are the ones that come with all the innovation and the smart ideas and the new things. I think the last speaker mentioned that not everybody of gray hair will easily adapt to AI, but there's a level of adventure and level of experimentation that will come from the early level educators. The mid-level educators will also bring through creative thinking, through experimentation, and through challenging the student learners. And the senior cadre educators are needed to provide experienced critical thinking skills. Once again, I will stand on a positive note by saying that this is something that the requirements of architectural education in Nigeria make very clear. That it is expected that all schools of architecture have a good distribution of staff who bring different things to the table to be sure that our students learn in the best possible way. Next slide, please. One thing that is very certain is that architectural education will look very different today than it did 200 years ago, or over 100 years ago. Our studios before used to be very manual, very analog. I'm sure if I'm to ask half of the students here if they have ever seen the old-fashioned drafting machine with the wire-driven T-square, Z-square that rolls around the drawing board, some people will think we are talking about magic. But the drawing studios of now do not look like that. Some of the pictures that are shown in the slide there show the architect almost lying on the drawing board to draw and reach the top corners of his A0 sheets. Nowadays, we have all sorts of drafting tools, mechanical tools, electrical tools, digital tools, to help us bring the design studio to where we are. It's quite unfortunate that some of the pictures of our own studios in our Nigerian schools of architecture are not so encouraging. We are still very manual in a lot of levels, which has its advantages and disadvantages. But definitely to be able to meet up with global standards and to be sure that our architects are properly equipped for the future, there is a need to teach ourselves how to have or how to work in effective design studios. We have the influence of the learning process. We need to create teacher-centered learning spaces as well as student learning, independent student-centered learning spaces so that students learn how to conceptualize. That's the only way we are going to run away from the challenges of AI. We are all worried about where we are going to be in the future with the robots and the taking over the world saga. Some of us have been watching Terminator movies since we were in primary school. We saw what happens when robots go crazy, and we don't want them to get to that point. So we have to stay one step ahead of them and make sure that we keep our attraction to technology within a manageable zone. But technology is here, and we must embrace it because it is going to help us get through a lot of our automated tasks of drafting and drawing and presenting. Next slide, please. I wish, once again, this is another picture that I wish would have come out clearly, but I've shared this with some of my students in class. I consider myself a bit of a meme queen. So these are pictures I've gotten off the internet. And you can see the first picture on the left, we have a helicopter pilot and a cameraman trying to capture images of where the picture was taken from was a forest fire in Los Angeles. And you can see the cameraman hovering out of the camera in 2009. Fast forward to 2019, and we have a drone that can do the exact same thing. And that picture is captioned, in the last 10 years, both the cameraman and the pilot have just lost their jobs. Upgrade yourself. The picture on the right, which I wish to had also been a little bit clearer, shows engineering students, and they're holding a site plan, trying to set out on site. And if the picture had been clearer, you will see that the drawing of the house there is nothing technical. It looks like this primary school drawing of a house to show you that the drawing is not complete. And that picture is captured engineering students who studied online in 2020. So what we have is a balance where we have to learn to understand our traditions of architectural education. The skills that are taught include both soft skills and hard skills. We have to learn to think, we have to learn to innovate, we have to learn to solve problems, and we have to learn how to present these solutions to our clients in a way that they will make sense and they will be affordable. But at the same time, we need to embrace the technologies that are out there to make our work seamless, effective, and make an impact in the present day societies we are going to find ourselves. We are not working to practice in the past. We have a legacy of architectural training and a legacy of architectural practice, but at the same time, we are forward-looking and thinking of how to impact the future as we go ahead in this architectural journey. Next slide just has a few references, and thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Prof. We just had a very important presentation, and this topic is very sensitive to us. In fact, this topic is very close to us because it's talking about architectural education, and we are in a university where we learn architecture. And architecture has come a long way, even since before the Bauhaus, there were architects, and there were different methods of teaching, you know, and just not too far away. I remember when we were students, we were analog. We sit We'll be in the studio 24 hours. Some of us have developed hunchbacks because at that time, we are doing manual, all our drawings are manual. I hope, Stephen, Architect Stephen, I hope you are not going far because you will be the next person to present. So, I would like you to, okay, since the next speaker is not around, I will allow questions. I will allow questions on this, the last, Architect Alu, is he going? Okay. Okay, so you're back. I was saying I would like questions on the last presentation or comments or contributions, please. I expect questions from the staff and the students because this topic is our own. It's very close to us. Especially, we need people to contribute, to make comments on this topic. Hello? We have, I can see we have some PhD students who are preparing to write their thesis. This floor is also for you, at least to prepare you for writing of your thesis. Okay. So since there's no question,
Hello.
I will call.
Hello.
Okay.
Good afternoon, sir. Yeah, my name is Oparo Kechuku. If I should come forward. Come this way. Okay. Okay, my name is Oparo Kechuku. So my question was to the topic about AI, where we're speaking about that architects will not lose their jobs, and the idea that AI helps us compress time, and has actually it has become integrated in our work. So I'm now asking that, given that AI compresses time, where you have to work on a project for 8 months, you have a team of say 30 people working on a project, but now you can go up to a month. It now means that you don't need 30 people on a project. You need like 10 people. So what happens to the 20 people that get let off on that project? So doesn't that equate to losing their jobs? Then also the conversation about misinformation that AI brings, I do think that given the current stage, because when we're talking about AI, we're talking about just the current stage. We have not looked at, and when you compare AI 2 years ago and AI right now, you find that it's more, say, informed on the things you feed it. So if you go into another 10 years with that feeding of information, then you're looking at the fact that AI becomes something else, entirely different from what it is now. So now my question now goes to the fact that how are we preparing ourselves to actually be very relevant even at that time? Then the other part now also goes to the pedagogy of it, is that how can we really implement these things? Because I think with what Professor Zamzam sort of like said about some of these things taking over, because it's out of our power when you find that, say, the global north are engaged in these things, and we here are just merely just having conversations about them, because I've seen firsthand where projects have been done entirely, projects that you would have let go of, but because you have a tool that can actually speed that thing up for you, then your client is actually happy at the end of the day. So those things are being used. So we are at this end of the world now that we don't have these tools readily available for us and that we are not engaging in the pedagogy of them, how can we start to incorporate them and actually become sustainable in our education and in our own workflow? I think it seems a lot, but that's my questions.
I think if I if I get what you're saying, is that you were saying how with artificial intelligence,
yes,
how could we as architects learn and practice architecture? Or
okay, the first part was about the loss of jobs. The second part was about if we say I can agree that AI gives misinformation today, but that conversation might not be tomorrow because they become very informed. So it now becomes how can we really integrate these things in our own workflow ethically and actually be up to standard in the globalized world right now.
Okay. Yeah, you want to respond? Okay. Let's have the mic.
So the first question was on loss of jobs. And I think that is a genuine concern. The practical example you gave, which is tasks that before would have taken a team of 20, 30 architects can now be taken by 3 architects and a good laptop. And you're wondering how that will affect job market in the future. Well, I wish Professor Awa was still sitting here to try to allay a little bit more fears about whether architects will get jobs. But what they keep telling us is that AI works with algorithms, and algorithms come from input. And input obviously comes from humans. So I think our focus will now be spent on what we are working on the AI, the information the AI is using, which is the soft skill, the thinking power, the development of the ideas, and the AI only patterns them together. That's what algorithms do. They pull them all together. My concern about some of those AI questions, in fairness, may stem from some of the things we've seen with, I don't want to call it an AI tool, but with algorithm tools like Wikipedia, for example. Wikipedia was also created a very brilliant idea. People can put information out there and you can access it very easily. So it's like an online or a virtual encyclopedia. But we all know that one of the problems with Wikipedia with time is that it can be edited and adjusted by even somebody who knows nothing about the topic. So a 5-year-old can go onto Wikipedia and change my name from Ebele Enwerekowe and make me somebody else. I will start posting things, and it is left for me to either discern what is right and what is wrong. And I think that's in the case of the ethical use of AI. What is probably going to happen, or where I see AI going from my own perspective, is that anything you generate with AI, you fact check and you verify. Because AI is a product of machine learning. Machine learning is the system, the algorithms learning from what we have told them. If we tell them the wrong thing, they will keep permutating the wrong thing. That's as simple as it's going to work. So we need to make sure that what we are feeding the machine learning with is factual information. And I'll give you a practical example. A few weeks ago, we were having a conversation on one of our WhatsApp platforms, and someone started tinkering with AI, and all of a sudden the question moved to Southwestern architecture. I think somebody must have asked Meta, can you give us some examples of Southwestern architecture? And started buildings, images started popping up on the platform, and it became clear that those were not Southwestern. Anybody who has lived in the Southwest or has done something on Southwestern architecture will know that it's not true. Those are not South. In fact, another person commented and said, these are clearly South American buildings. The AI is not getting it right. It's moving towards Mayan architecture of the what do you call these? The Aztecs. That's not Southwestern architecture. So it's a question of garbage in and garbage out. If we teach our machine learning the wrong thing, then it's going to throw us off course. So the only way you can use it ethically and correctly is that use know that the AI-generated information is a guide. It's a template. It's a tool. Before you use it, verify or fact-check. From a point of, as an architecture educator, we sometimes, I don't want to point fingers or name names, but we sometimes see students using a lot of AI-generated information for assignments. And one of the first things you can catch, whether it is fact or not, is when you fact-check any of the references. Most of the time, the AI will give you a bunch of bogus references. There are now AI tools that will help you counteract that and will give you, so it's constantly evolving based on what we are imputing. So if we impute rubbish, we are going to get rubbish. And because the machine learning constantly adapts to the information, if we don't fact check and do the research, the manual, the physical fact checking, then we'll probably be led astray. But will the AI help us to do our jobs faster and more efficiently? That's what it's supposed to do. Is it going to reduce the teams of working in drastic number? It probably will, but yes, you upgrade yourself and you know how you are going to work. And as architects, know that one of the things we contribute to the society is an important need for man's survival, which is constantly expanding. The need for home. There is no such thing as a cookie cutter building. There is no such thing as a cookie cutter home. As long as people still have our minds, we pray that we don't lose our minds. But as long as we have our minds, we have individual needs that require individual solutions. And that's probably all I can say. It might not allay your fears. If you don't learn, if you don't evolve, you will be left behind. There is no place in the practice for anybody who is not ready to move forward. But the clear example of the use of drafting tools, the CAD we use, when CAD came out decades ago, almost like 2 decades ago, I remember people were afraid that if there is a drafting tool on the computer, will architects no longer draw? We've been using CAD for more than 20 years. We are still drawing, we are still designing. It doesn't, in fact, there are now CAD drafting tools that will allow you use coordinate as drafting tools. So AI is not meant to make you afraid that you don't have a job. It's just something you have to evolve and adapt to using to make you better. If that helps. I mean, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Another question there. Another comment.
Good afternoon, everyone. My question, can you all hear me? I'm just adding my contributions to what has been said. I'm very excited today, especially the last presentation. I'm seeing that the future is bright for architects. I remember my BSc thesis asked the question, why architects don't write specifications? I went in depth. I didn't even find a lot of research in that field. And I'm seeing CCMA solving some of these problems. They're allowing schools of architecture look at the problems that they are seeing and then providing solutions. And I'm seeing architects learning the business part of architecture. I'm seeing architects learning innovation. I'm seeing architects learning how to do proper working drawings, how to write technically, how to do a lot of things that we didn't know how to do. And I'm so glad that we are not so far behind from what it should be. Let's see.
Okay, thank you very much for that contribution. Thank you very much. The last speaker has really presented a paper on architectural education. The next speaker, I would like, Prof is here. I would like us, Professor Uji to really hear this presentation, because I know he's right now undertaking, or we are undertaking a research on almost similar topic. So the topic is comparison of stabilized earth interlocking brick. Interlocking bricks versus comprised stabilized earth brick. The speaker is Stephen Makama. Architect Stephen Makama.
The presenter, sorry, can I have the final poster? Hello? Up there? Final poster. Great Josites. I'm very happy to be here. I have the privilege of having my BSc supervisor, my MSc supervisor, Professor Zanzan. So I'll just observe all other protocols. Actually, it's not really paper, so to say. It's a demonstration. Is the slide there? It's just one slide. Final poster. Okay. Unfortunately, there again. But the reason why I just wanted to talk about this very briefly, is if you look at the topic, actually it says to SIEB or CSEB. But from the poster, it has been an academic exercise I've been undertaking on compressed stabilized earth brick in Nigeria. So for some of you who do a lot of reading, this is taken from Shakespeare, to be or not to be. But the essence of this infographic that you see there has to do with the fact that in 1992, the federal government of Nigeria, through the National Commission for Museums and Monuments, Ministry of Cultural Affairs, and the French government, they developed a partnership to set up the Center for Earth Construction Technology, what we call MOD, clay. You know, when the Western people want to describe the architecture of Africa, probably traditional architecture, they call it MOD. But some of us have been very not happy with that description. It's not MOD. MOD is just, it gives a derogatory kind of feel or listen. So this center was set up in 1992 to explore these issues that have to do with low-cost housing and issues around everybody wants to own a house. But unfortunately, especially now, how much is a bag of cement now? It's almost 10,000 naira or more. So the idea was using the different forms of mud. Let me use that word. You have the compressed bricks, you have rammed earth. There are different alternatives that you can use. But unfortunately, I don't know why the center seemed to concentrate on compressed, stabilized earth brick technology. And from 1992 to about 2004, there was a lot of activity. There were many buildings that were built. People were excited. And it was around that time that I picked interest also. I would leave school here and go straight to the museum where the center was. And somehow I formed a kind of relationship with one of the late former heads of center, Architect Valentine Ogususi. So there was a lot of activity around that time. But then from 2004 to 2014, the momentum seemed to be lost. It was going down. You know, this particular session would not allow me to talk about it in detail, but I just want to catch some small important focal points about this technology, about this issue. So from 2004 to 2014, yes, there was a bit of activity. But unfortunately, due to many factors, which I can't go into now, the momentum was lost. From 2014 to about 2024, I could say maybe nothing happened. But I remember in 2016 and 2017, there were some workshops that were held, and then in 2022, and it was under the focus of the compressed stabilized earth brick. So I want to make an important point here. I found that out in 2022 when we had the last training. It was two professionals from Nigeria here, Jos, that traveled to South Africa under the sponsorship of the French embassy to go and train South Africans on compressed stabilized earthquake technology. Hold that thought. Years down the road, I don't know any of you have ever heard of hydrofoam. Hydrofoam. You see it on DSTV display. That was a result of the South Africans buying into this technology that we exported to South Africa, and they appropriated it and they developed it. And so the stabilized interlocking earthbrick is, I can say, is the pilot project, product. Somehow people seem to, Nigerians, for the few people I met, seem to gravitate more towards the stabilized interlocking earthbrick. What is it? It just works on the principle of, I don't know, how many of you know about Lego? These are things we use as kids. They're just toys. You just fix them up on each other and then you build so many things. So that is somehow the basic operating principle of the stabilized interlocking earthbrick. They tell you you don't have to use cement, mortar to do all these things. And so it seems very novel, nice. But personally for me, I believe it's not very flexible. It's not very flexible. There are so many restrictions that you encounter when you're using it. But then, as the theme for this symposium says, Reimaging Architecture for a Sustainable Future. We need to re-image architecture. And one of the ways is going back to each and every one of these different aspects of utilizing mud or earth. And so we're just going to do a very short demonstration of how to produce one of these bricks that you see. Ima, could you carry this? Just to show them. Ima, just carry this. This was produced, I think, about 2 weeks ago. I produced it on a site somewhere. This is what we're going to do right now. It's a very simple process. We have cut out so many things. Identifying the soil, testing the soil, preparing it to this stage. So we're just going to produce one or two. I don't know. Can you all see a bit of, can you see the stage here? Okay, Ima. So, prepared the soil. We got the soil. We tested it. We believed it was appropriate for use. And so we're going to place it into the machine. The process is you get the soil, you add a bit of cement. Now, the convention is pretty standard. You are looking for 75% soil, a bit of sand, a bit of clay. There's some things that you might not be able to know, learner. But for people who are in it, we can just look at it and then be able to determine. But in the extreme circumstances, sometimes you have to go all the way to the lab to do testing. But like I said, for people who are in it, you can look at the soil and tell the person who's going to deliver it, bring me this amount of soil, this tipper load, okay? Soil has already been sourced. Soil has been sourced. It has been sieved, okay? That's a part of the preparation. And so we're going to put it in the mold and then we're going to press it. Ima? Normally, sorry, can I have one or two students who are willing, who want to learn how to, just one or two boys, please. Please. You can make a living from making these things. Just, Ima, such way. We'll tell you what to do. Ima, tell them what to do. So this is a fabricated machine. I think it's called the SB version. There are different types, from the smallest to almost the biggest. In fact, one of the innovations has been that we have a mechanical one. This is the manual press, or the manual machine. No, it's okay. So this is the process of compressing. That's why it's called compress, stabilize. Stabilize is just the addition of the cement, lime, whatever. The stabilization is to help it You know, anything clay, anything mud is susceptible to attack by moisture. So the idea is you compress it. The compression on its own will not, may not give you what you want. So you add a stabilizer. So the stabilization and the compression at the end of the day gives you something like this. And you can decide to build a house with a single wall, single thickness, double wall, triple wall, whatever you want. But the idea is you want something that is low cost, easily available, affordable, and just, you know, a whole list of advantages. See how simple it is. But unfortunately, there are some technicalities that kind of drive people away from it. But this is quite a smooth technology, if I may use that word. So I know some of you might want to ask some questions. You can get about 100 bricks. We recommend 80 from a bag of cement. Hello? A bag of cement, you can get 100 bricks. But you see, there's another catch again. A bricklayer does the work of laying bricks. Okay? A mason normally does masonry, stone, blocks, and everything. But what normally drives people away from this is the level of attention that is needed. You know, you don't just lay bricks anyhow. It needs very careful work. So it's easy for a bricklayer to do the work of a bricklayer and to do the work of a mason. But it's a bit difficult for a mason to do the work of a bricklayer because he's always in a hurry. He wants to do everything. He wants to lay this number of blocks to finish it. So it needs very, very careful work, very careful attention. I think there's not enough laterite. So that's why it's soft. There's not enough laterite. So it's quite interesting. And one of the things that I get when people want to build a house with something like this, they say, is it bulletproof? Unfortunately, that is our reality in Nigeria today. You know, the lack of security. So if somebody wants to stay in a house where he believes he's secure inside and outside. So yes, this is bulletproof. Okay? We'll complete using, just complete the by the way, the Center for Earth Construction Technologies is located within the museum complex in Jos. So in case I'm hearing about some students going for a visit, so maybe that can be part of your visit. They have a library there that you can visit. They have books, they have materials, lots of things. In fact, that was what used to keep me, you know, busy. I'll leave here after lectures. Well, not here, the temporary site, and then go and spend the rest of the day in their library there. There's a lot of material. There are people there you can ask questions. There are technicians, there are architects. Okay? So I encourage you to visit the center located in the museum complex. Stand behind it, stand behind it, stand behind it. It's okay. So as you can see, the people who are doing it, they just started now. And probably if they produce up to like 100, 200, they will become, you know, experts, so to say. So this is not maybe the best quality that we can get. But you can imagine, in a very, very standard situation, you have a machine, because this one I think is single compression. But we have machines that have improved, which are double compression. So the density, the compactness is a bit more than, but you can use this. You can use this without any negative consequences. So we'll just finish the latter. Will it be enough, Ima? Will it be enough to press? Will it be enough? Yeah, just gather everything. Yeah. So I think basically that is it. That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Architect Stephen. We have all seen it practically. One good thing with architecture is and practice. We are getting the theory here, but we need to go to site and learn and practice the profession. Because if you only have the theory without the practice, you will never make it as a master architect. Thank you very much. I would like to, first I will call on Professor Uji to make his comments or ask questions.
Thank you very much. Architect Makama Wolfgang. Wolfgang. Huh? Is that how you pronounce it? Okay, that was a good presentation. Incidentally, this is an area I'm also interested in. I noticed that you are listening to me. I noticed that you talked about comparison between stabilized earth bricks and stabilized interlocking brick. I was expecting to see interlocking bricks there. But maybe you need more time to bring interlocking bricks. The whole idea of stabilization is to impregnate the soil with some quantity of cement to enable the binding to hold in such a way that the bricks can stand. If you stabilize it with maybe 6% of quantity of cement, as soon as it comes out of the silver ram press, you can stand on it. You can stand on it completely. I used it to build a small hut in my place. It was 6%. I don't know whether you mentioned the percentage of stabilization you were using. So you can stabilize with 4%, 6%. If you want to build a story building, you can stabilize with 8%, 10%, things like that. It depends on what you actually want to achieve. And so if you, I don't know at what point, you need to sieve the laterite too. It can't just be scooped like that. You have to sieve it to get the kind of grain that will bind very well. You remember that the cement, the way it is actually like it is sieved. So if you want to achieve very strong binding, you need to sieve the laterite to achieve 4.75 grain or something like that. And then stabilizing the quantity of cement that you want. You have to state it very carefully. You have to state what you want to do with it. If it's just an ordinary small hut, it's no problem. 4% will be okay. But if you want to build a bungalow, maybe 6% stabilization. And if you want to go up, story building, 8%, 10%, 12%, things like that. We are working on, I hope you'll be here tomorrow. We are working on interlocking bricks using plastic, PET, polyethylene terephthalate. This plastic waste, these bottles we're using to drink water now, we're using them, boiling them to molten point, and mixing them with laterite, sometimes with sand, and so on. But we're actually using interlocking brick. So I hope all of you will be here tomorrow to watch it. The kind of thing we're here now is to create a problem for us. So we will demonstrate, we'll bring the bricks, we'll bring the mold, we'll bring the, and so on and so forth. But it was a good presentation. Thank you very much.
Sorry, sir.
I hope you permit me to leave. I have some work.
So, sorry, sir. The issue of stabilization, it has been... Hello, sir. The issue of stabilization, tests have been carried out, and we found that 8% is enough. Anything more than that is a waste. Less than that won't give you what you want. But 8% is the standard stabilization that has been, through tests and everything, we found out that is okay. 8% is okay. And the idea is you can have 0%. This would have been 0%. That white thing you saw, it was supposed to be cement, but I used carbon sludge waste. Carbide sludge, sorry. So the idea is external walls from the DPC level, from the German floor level to the window sill level, you can have 8%. But from the superstructure, you can have less than that or even 0%. And then the partition walls in the inside, you can have 0%. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for allowing me to just say some few words. I actually did a comparative analysis of compressed earth and concrete blocks to ascertain which one is more viable for low-cost housing, and discovered that it's way much better. And the truth is that the challenge we have as architects is that we need to educate our clients. Most of them feel this will make them look like a poor man. So we need to educate them and encourage them. There are people that keep saying, I want to build, and they've not been able to start building because of the cost of the concrete blocks and the cement. But with this, you can still achieve something very beautiful. I think we can begin to think as architects, designs that we can come up with that will be irresistible using the compressed earth. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Makama, for taking your time to market us. Yes, thank you so much. You have done a good job. The thing I want to add to what you have just said is the issue of compressive strength. It all depends. Some are 8 tons, some are 9 tons, some are 12 tons. The strength of the compression matters much also, most especially to do with the ones outside, because of the rain. If it's not compacted very well, the rain will pierce through it and then it will not bring it down. So it's very important for us to know that aspect also. As you said, before the prof spoke, I wanted to say that you have the stabilization of 0%, as just what you did here. Maybe the internal walls can take that 0%, but the external wall, you can still go for up to 8%, as you said. The highest 8%, that's the truth. If you go beyond 8%, you may not break even. The cost might be equal to that of concrete. So that's how that is done. And also one good part of, or what we're supposed to observe also when we are building compressed earth bricks, we make sure that our eaves outside must be long. It's not normal that 600 or thereabout. It has to be longer than that 600 so that the rain will not really disturb our building. So, but you did well. Thank you. Please come to the museum. We have a lot of things in the museum.
Yeah, we'll make appointment and get to that place. Yeah. Okay, you want to respond? Okay.
I forgot to mention this, the time was very short. You have options. You can leave the brick, the wall, the external wall, you can leave it, we call it barefaced. You can leave it like that. As long as you do a proper stabilization, stabilization and compression, nothing will happen to it. But then additionally, we have what we call the finishing. You go and then you touch the joints, okay? And then you can use the same laterite, this same thing you're saying. Mix it, yes, with a bit of water and a bit of cement, and then you can use it to paint in coat. So you eliminate the whole issue of painting, plastering. You don't need to plaster. You don't need to paint. And one of the things I should have mentioned was this issue of indoor thermal comfort. The conventional wisdom is that if you do a proper design, proper windows, this need for artificial ventilation or whatever is not necessary. You have a cool environment when it's hot outside, and when it's like in Jos, this cold weather, when it's cold outside, it's warm inside. So it has a lot of advantages. Thank you very much.
Explanation. So we can see we have theory, we have the practice. So we are complete. Actually, this even calls to my mind that especially the young ones coming, the young architects, or the architect in practice, you can specialize in building with these stabilized bricks only. When clients come to you try to convince them this is cheaper and also aesthetic. It has beauty, you know, it has strength, and you get it cheaper than when you use the common concrete blocks we see all over the place. Honestly, this will make you establish yourself. You people acknowledge your petitions. People will come to you. You have clients that only your design is only using stabilized bricks. Or you can, architects can come and collaborate. Establish practice only applying stabilized bricks. So these are the ideas that we're supposed to be, for us to be generating in a colloquium like this. It's not just for you just to come and sit down, you don't learn anything. At least even an idea can just come to your mind. Why not? Don't we come together and do this thing? Why not? Let us do this thing. Let us find out. It's commitment. That is it. Thank you very much. Any other contribution or comment on this? No. Okay.
Thank you. Just want to emphasize the quality of the stabilized earth brick. It has a very good thermal capacity. It can store heat. It can act as a sink heat. It's much better than concrete block. Though it has a disadvantages, like tensile strength is rather weak. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. This where is the student that has a topic here? Huh?
Good day, my esteemed professors, lecturers, fellow students. It's a pleasure to stand before you all today. First and foremost, I would like to let us know that our historic buildings are tangible manifestations of our cultural heritage. They hold immense historical, architectural, and social significance. However, these buildings, they face the threat of neglect, decay, and demolition due to changes in landscape development. My name is Ido Esther Obogua, and I and my colleague will be presenting a research topic on preserving cultural heritage through adaptive reuse of historic buildings. When we say adaptive reuse of historic buildings, reuse is the process of repurposing a building for giving it a new life, by giving a building a new life through a new function. Well, adaptive reuse is not just about giving a building a new life, but it is also a method and strategy in order to preserve our cultural heritage. So we'll be looking at some interesting case studies. Okay. The first year we have the Tate Modern Museum in London, United Kingdom. It was designed by Sir Gilbert Scott. It was initially proposed as a power station, but it was repurposed now as an art gallery that is widely known, and it serves as a point of tourism, a destination of tourism to so many people that are interested in art and love tourism. This structure is a landmark example of adaptive reuse. It was repurposed in the year 2000. Now, there are key features I would like us to note in. I wish the image was properly projected. Some of the features are the preservation of the original architecture, whereby the facade originally made of bricks were still preserved despite the repurposing of this structure. And also modern adaptation through the integration of additional gallery space were also integrated. Then sustainable efforts were made to minimize and reduce demolition, minimize demolition waste. The repurposing was going on. And one of the earlier mentioned is that it has become a tourist center, and this has contributed greatly to the London's economy. Now, the second case study. The second case study is the High Line, New York City, USA. It's an elevated railway now serving the purpose of a public park where people enjoy the space, the linear greenway. Not this. The next is the Kajuru Castle in Kaduna State. Once a private residence by a German expatriate, but now serving as a tourist destination. Now, the fourth one, we have the Freedom Park in Lagos, Nigeria. Now, the name Freedom Park sounds interesting for a former colonial era prison. It's a place that served as a former colonial era prison, but now named as a Freedom Park, where cultural activities and social gatherings takes place. So at this point, at this junction, I would love to hand over to my colleague as she would take us further. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Felix Precious, and I would continue on the benefits of adaptive reuse of historical buildings. We have a lot of benefits of reusing and, reusing historical buildings. Historical buildings themselves serve a lot of purposes. But when we reuse them, like change the function and, to make it meet the need of the present generation, what are the specific benefits? One of it is cultural and historical preservation. When we talk about history, most of the time history classes are boring because they are vague and abstract. There are stories that we have to picture them in our minds. But when we have history that is actually placed as a physical structure or form, it is something that we can resonate better with. Like it gives more, I don't know, but it's not as if it's better than the writs and the history works we have that have been written, but it gives better resonation. We can relate better with it. Sustainability, that is another benefit of adaptive reuse of historical buildings. And we have the 3 R's of sustainability: the recycle, the reuse, and the reduce. So reuse is one of the sustainable methods of using things. And reusing means instead of we just having a building that is dilapidating and just there, but we can just reuse it and it will not add to, waste, decay, and the rest. So another benefit of it is economic revitalization. It is always fascinating when we have a form, a structure, and then its purpose was changed or somehow reviewed, and then it serves as a means of tourism. And tourism is one of the major ways that we can source income, and it's actually very, very good for the economic. And also it provides jobs and also help us to build more on our urban areas. Another benefit is community engagement and social benefit. From the preservation process, the new users are able to resonate more with their culture and engage more with their culture. And for example, we can take note of the Freedom Park. The Freedom Park is a place that was used for, colonial eras. They used it even for prisons. And now, even the name, it's when you get there and hear Freedom Park, the new users, though you did not experience that, you can also be more engaged with your culture and for other social benefits. So, challenges in adaptive reuse of historical buildings. We actually have issues we face when we want to reuse. We want to reuse old buildings. We want to make them something new. One of it is balancing preservation with modern needs. Balancing preservation with modern needs. As my colleague has said, it is not just about recreating a new function for an old building. It is the major concept behind it is also to maintain that historical value, the culture that is, the story that is behind it, that peculiar story, that culture, that cultural intention that it's meant to speak to us. So, but when we want to do this, and we also want to meet modern needs, for example, like we want to have ramps, we want to make use of modern materials, because we have to make use of modern materials, the one we have now. It's always difficult to, it's challenging rather, to create a balance between the both of it. So it is one of the challenges. Another challenge is financial constraints. Financial constraints like getting money for the renovation and for maintenance of these buildings are really, really one of the challenges we face when we want to reuse historical buildings. Another one is regulatory and structural limitations. There are actually some heritage protection laws that will say on this historical building you cannot do more than this, you cannot reform this, you cannot change those parts. And there are also structural limitations. Most of us here, we are architects, and then we can understand that structural limitations. Probably there is a beam somewhere, there is a column somewhere, and then you want to create a kind of space or a function there, but you cannot do that because, maybe you have to break it, and, the structural limitation is also one of the challenges faced when we want to reuse historical buildings. Another one is cultural sensitivity. Culture is subjectively, it is a controversial issue, like it's a controversial matter. So for example, the Freedom Park was not just meant to just show freedom. It was trying to balance two things. It was trying to honor both the colonial history and to also represent the indigenous culture of the people. While it is honoring those the colonial history, the indigenous culture too, to strike a balance between both is also one of the challenges we face. To ensure that projects are culturally sensitive and inclusive. Strategies for successful implementation of the reuse of historical buildings. The first one is minimal intervention and respect for original design. For example, in the Tate Modern building that was the first case study, the industrial character and the block facade was still used, but the turbine all modern was made modern. The other strategies are integrating sustainable design elements, community involvement and stakeholder collaboration, and also flexible design and functionality. Thank you very much.
Honestly, these two students have really presented their work brilliantly. I'm really encouraged because these students are undergraduate students. You know, so actually I can see two professors in the making. Honestly, you know, because they have shown that they're going to pursue the academic line, which in fact is a noble way. So we really encourage them, seriously. We will take the last speaker, Architect Ibrahim, will take us and give us a brief functions and informations on Motna. Architect, please, we'll give you like 10 minutes. I think we'll give you like 10 minutes. Sorry, sir.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for yet another privilege. I want to thank God for the presentation these two ladies made here. It was a good one. Though the adaptive reuse of all these ancient structures of buildings has to do with the ones that are either scheduled or unscheduled. The retrofitting of the unscheduled one is going to be easier than the one we have. In Motna today, we have some of these structures. We know without people using it, it will come down. So we have to call people to come and use it. Some of them, we have made them to have a restaurant there. We have changed the pattern instead of people to live as a family. Now they are staying there. They are selling. We are getting money from them and others. These are all adaptive reuse. But the challenge there is, you know, as I told you earlier, architects are meant to solve problems. If you invite people to come and stay there, you must think of there are certain things you are going to add or subtract. Convenience, for instance. In olden days, there's nothing like convenience within the compound. But now you have to think of how to bring that. But that notwithstanding, that's for another day. Thank you so much. We are going to have a visual tour of Motna. I don't know whether it's available from the media people there. Visual tour. Okay, you are there already. Okay. We can continue. I don't know where you started. I thought maybe they would just have the visual tour first. Then if there are questions, I will now pick the questions. Thank you. They are going to show and you are going to see it. Okay. Let's go. Motna is a project. One Polish architect, Zbigniew Mochowski, is the one that went around the country, that went and did some field work and came up to put them on Motna project. Okay. The area of land earmarked for this project is for about 64 hectares. Meant for the project, we're supposed to have the ones from the north, the middle belt, the east, and the west. All are here within the museum premises. Museum of Traditional Nigerian Architecture. I think there's narration. Sorry, please, it's a visual tour. So we are going to see how Motna is at present and probably before. Okay. All right. Maybe tomorrow they'll come and show a letter. But before then, as I said, this Polish architect, Professor Zygmunt Mohowski, came and worked with the then Department of Antiquity, Federal Antiquity, and they commissioned him to go around the country to pick some important things to be replicated in a space. And now it happens that the then head of state, Yakubu Gowon, was in charge, and then they decided to build it here on the plateau. The concept that the architect brought is about fixing the buildings where they're supposed to belong. So that at the end, they will look at it like it's a miniature map of Nigeria, where when you go to the northern part of Motna, you see no architecture there. When you go to the middle belt, you see that of middle belt. When you go to the eastern part, you see that of eastern part, and same with the western part. Now, in the northern part, we have the Katsina Emir Palace. We have the Kano City Wall. We have the Gubrel Minaret. We have the Zaria Friday Mosque. These are the ones from the northern part of the country. And these structures are made of earthen architecture from the roof to the substructure down there. There are challenges in respect to all the buildings related to these mud buildings, as we have said. When you move out from there, we get the middle belt where we have the Ilori Mosque, we have the Tiv compound, we have the Brom compound, we have Angas compound, we have Gmai compound, we have Rukuba compound, the Bache compound, we have also Anaguta compound, and many more from that axis. I just pray that we'll see it. Then when you cross, the architects decide to say that road passing between Central Bank to Hill Station and imaginary River Niger and River Benue, decided to divide the north from the south, that being the northern part this side, and the other one being the southern part. When you cross over, by the left, you see the eastern part. Okay? Okay, this is first the Bight of Benin. Bight of Benin is located, though not properly placed on the map, but they look at the place because they need to show water, to show the stream, the meandering of the stream. So they brought it, they didn't place it exactly where it's supposed to be placed on master plan of Motna, but they brought it close to the museum so that it will serve also as a restaurant, as I say, adoptive use, as a restaurant where people can come as a kitchen for the museum. Okay, you can see the Bight of Benin, you can see the architecture, the grooves, the color of the red soil. This is a typical house of a Benin chief. You cannot find, if you go to Benin today, nobody can use this type of building apart from a chief. You don't have that power, to use it. That's about Bight of Benin. If you go inside, you discover that we have 2 imperviums where they used to store water during rainy season and use it during the dry season. So if you come to Motna, you see it, it's there. Okay, the roof is made of shingles, supposed to be wooden shingles. That's what they use for the roofing. But we just use ordinary stone ties to do it. That's Bight of Benin, as I said. Okay, that's the roof from the top. From the top, you can see the impervium I'm talking about, the courtyard. There is a place down. We're supposed to, cover it with palm front, but because sustainability becomes a difficult thing now. Getting all these raw materials all the way from the south to bring it down here is really difficult. But we are trying our best to see how we can fix it properly. So this one, as we're entering inside into the Motna proper, this is a bougie hall. This hall is made. This room is meant for blacksmiths. Most of our things, the work we do in Motna, we fabricate the tools by ourselves. So we have people that are employed. They are blacksmiths. So they produce the materials for us there. All our sickles, all our daggers, all axes and others we are using there, we produce them here in this bougie blacksmith house. That was when the architects and those that followed immediately used. But today, I can tell you it's not like that. But that's the intention. The intention is this place should be made for people to use, all these implements that we need, these small light implements. That's bougie hut. This one is from the top. They use drum, I believe, to pick all these ones. Yes, they use drum to pick these ones. Okay, this is mud now from top. How beautiful it is. Sometimes they told us that when they used to bring people to Jos, intentionally the pilot would just come through museum to show them that we have something like this, telling them that yes, they can visit museum. Okay, this is one of the other ethnic nationality in Gas village. After a certain period of time, the initial master plan supposed to have about 48 structures on Motna master plan. But after a certain period of time, we discovered that the funds are not coming to continue with the project, and we felt we can review the master plan. Now, on the process of reviewing the master plan, we gave opportunity for communities to come and apply for a place for them to build their own architecture so that they can also conserve it because of fund. And some of them came. Ngas, one of them that came. Thank God our HOD is part of them. So they came, we gave them a space, which they did. Okay, this one is Kano City Wall. We have the challenge of conservation. So most time after fixing it, probably because of one thing or the other, it used to come down after rainy season because of the intensity of rain in Jos and others. But later we decided to case it. Moreover, what we have in Motna is an exhibit. We're exhibiting all these traditional buildings for people to see it. So we decided to say, let's just roof it so that since we know it's rain that's causing all this problem, let's roof it. And that's what we have done. So the next thing we are going to do now is to restore it back. I know that will be okay. So it's a roof that's on top of the Motna. This is, Kano City Wall. It's a thick wall. You can see it, though it has come down. These are the few buildings that I'm talking about. People will just conclude that Motna is down, whereas it's just 3 or 4 of them that's down. But some of them you have seen Ngas compound that's looking very good, very beautiful, Yes. Okay, this is another one that has gone down. The problem we had is the issue of government policy. There was this time that the government retrenched all our artisans, all our craftsmen. 2006, Obasanjo, I cannot forget that. I'm not happy with him. Because what he did was to just say, downsize staff. And they said they should remove all craftsmen. And there are more than 25 of them, they were just retrenched. Nobody did the work. It's only us, the senior officers that were there, and we cannot go on march mode and do the work. Gradually, the thing came down. It's now flat. So, but I thank God, maybe with this colloquium, we are going to collaborate with the university. Maybe some of you will pick up as a research item or something, speak to TEDFON. You can come and restore it as part of your research. I think these are the things I'm looking forward from this. First one we saw was Katina Yeme Palace. This is Zaria Friday Mosque. You can see the columns there. The architect introduced concrete columns. He thought probably it's going to assist. But in the original term, there's nothing like that in Zaria. So I believe because of the concrete he introduced, the water immediately, concrete cannot marry with cement. So immediately it has a little space. The water will be percolating, will be going inside. Before you know, it will come down. And since we have people to fix it, that's how it went. So that's the problem with Zaria Friday Mosque. But we can restore it. We have all the documentation. We have all that's needed to put it back. And we have staff that worked with us before, and some of them are in other places like Kano, Zaria, that if we have the resources, the phone, put it back. Yes, we can put it back. It's not difficult. Okay, this is one of the new people that came in. This is Taric compound. Taric compound, they started their structure, they came and built their architecture there. And as a Taric man used to marry 3 wives, the minimum of 3. And then they have their huts. Each woman will have her own part, different from others. And then at the center, there's a place, one room, that they have 2 openings, this side and the other side. And the essence of that is for any suitor that is coming to come and discuss or talk with the lady. Everybody will be looking, will be seeing whether he's touching her body or not touching her. So these are all about our architecture. So when you come and see it, you know how to design, So that is how okay. Yes, this is our architecture. This is our history. Yes, the same Taric compound. So this is Gmai compound too. They are from Shandam local government. They're already using it for a restaurant. For now, people come to enjoy themselves. And we have also introduced something in Motna called Saturday market. So the natives will always come and enjoy themselves. Those kind of cuisines, that kind of food they used to cook in the villages that they're not doing, let them come and cook it on Saturday. You that are in town, you come and eat that food. Those that are eating dogs, they will come and eat dogs that day. Like Ngas people, they come and eat dogs. So that's exactly with my people. They like fish and a lot. So when you come to that place, you see, roasted fish, and you take it. Yes, that's that with that. So this is Ilorin Mosque. One particular thing about Ilorin Mosque is we have, the Yorubas used to go to mosque with their wives, unlike the northern part. So for us to bring that history, for people to know that people like that, that's why they brought this Ilorin Mosque. It's in the middle belt. This side is for the male. The other part behind is for the female. And there is a courtyard behind the mosque itself. So people come there to pray. I think the essence is to keep for people to know that. I think that's the reason why the architect brought this, different from Zaria Friday Mosque. Friday Zaria Mosque has one particular thing also called Alkali Code. They told us that before the coming even of the white men, we had our system of justice, the way we administer our justice. If a woman, woman cannot divorce a man in Islamic culture. It's only man that can write a certificate, you go. But she has a reason, she can go to Alkali to go and seek for divorce. So that he brought that so that we know, if you go to Motna, you can see it. Okay, this is Ife Shrine. This one at the western wing. But the problem we have here is they brought CEB to assist, to stabilize they block these compressed earth bricks to put the columns and others external walls. But the inside is basically the shrine itself. So if you go to Eastern Wing, that's the only one we have from the Western Wing. The only one. But they have that of Deji of Akure, but it's on foundation level. The unfortunate thing we have here is when we have structures, what the white man did, we're unable to add anything to what he has done. That's the truth. We're unable to add anything. The only thing, the ones that are there started coming down. So that's why we have to bring other people. Please come and build your own and maintain it. We don't have the resources to maintain all this thing. This is the roof from the top. So, okay. It's all right. So, this is Patiki compound. No, this is Rukuba compound. One particular thing about Rukuba people is their style of construction. You see them bringing stones and putting in between the earth. And then, if you discover that, sorry, sir, you see where do you make fire. Because of their nature in Rukuba, because of the weather, they have to devise a means how they can solve the problem of their weather, the cold nature of the place. There's a place where you make fire, and they have ceiling also on top before the roofing sheet. So you can see what architects are doing. I know a professor here said that's the way they learn before. It's not like a formal way of, but through what they learn from one person, from one generation to the other, they're able to detect that that's a problem. And you look at the windows are tiny, it's not plain, not big like the way we're having here because of the issue of weather, the coldness of the place. So, but unfortunately, the Koki headquarters want to take over the place from us. I don't know. God will help us. Okay, it's just, I think we have to go to only one part, the eastern part, the Igbo part. I think that's what we are going. These are all Rukuba compound, the entrance through here. Okay, this is the eastern wing. This is Mbari Shrine. Mbari Shrine is a building to solve problem. If we have epidemics, when you have any outbreak of disease in a community, what they do is they go and build Mbari for that gods, to appease the gods. They go and build it. Until they finish building that Mbari, the problem will cease. Just like to say during this COVID-19, that's what they will do if it was before. They will just go to the bush, to the farm, and then build the Mbari. After building Mbari, the epidemic will cease to exist. That's the way they solve their problem. And what is, the sculptures inside is depicting what is happening in the community at that material time. Today, if they are going to build Mbari, it's not going to be like this one now. It's going to be more than this because we have cars now, we have motorcycles, so all these things will be built there to showcase what was happening at that moment. Immediately after finish, that's all. And the people that used to build this are virgins. The ladies, all of them, both male and female, all will be like virgin. They will come there, they will stay there for the period of the construction. They will not have any access to their families. What they do, we have an oracle. When you bring anything, you give the oracle will now present to them. After the whole thing, after they have finished building, then the blessings, they will bless them. And then if prevention, any of them get pregnant, then they will take her to the Osu, to the bush, take care of the person. I think, let me just stop here. Thank you so much. Do we have other ones? Thank you.
Brian, thank you very much. But rest assured, we will get to Modena, and the Department of Architecture will also give us a site. We will also build our own compound. Yes, we will build our compound there. So you better put that one in your mind. Thank you very much. I think we have had our about Modena, and we have students here that really have interest in traditional architecture. Who will pay you a visit, God willing. Thank you very much. At this point, I think I will call I'll call the chairperson to round up, and then tomorrow we'll have another session. We will begin by 9 a.m. So please, we should make it a date tomorrow to be here. We should be here before 9.
Thank you very much, Professor Adamu. And thank you very much, Architect Kamdu. Sorry for the little technical hitches here and there. I feel very sad because many of our students for whom much of this was projected for are not physically here to enjoy this. But thank God for technology. This has all been recorded. And because the image quality is not so good, we are going to have to do a little bit of work. Thank you very much, everyone, for staying. When we started this morning with the VC, we had probably 3 times this population. But we're very encouraged at both our special guests and our esteemed colleagues, the professors. My mentor is here, thank God. That is a privilege to be able to appreciate people when they are still with you. I think that eulogies should be living. They shouldn't only be about people when they're gone. Now, tomorrow, like our chair said, thank you very much, sir. Please, can we give the chair of today a round of applause, please? Please, please. Thank you very much, Prof. Relationships are very important. You know, I had a privilege to do a presentation for CPDP, and soft skills are more important to me than the hard skills. The demonstration of this, the lack of rigidity on the part of all of you that are seated here. I just gave him an, but his posture, when I was looking at him, comfortable, he looked very easy. Please come tomorrow. There are 3 things that we are doing. We had tremendous network problems today, as if some little league of devils just came from, I don't want to name any state in Nigeria. Let's just say they came from across warm water, and I don't want to name any direction. But as we speak, we are continuing with the presentations online, because you will get an opportunity to watch right now simultaneous programs, because we had about special talks for today. Please register with your email so that we can send you all the papers. Please, these are very important. Of course, you will also get the book of abstracts, but more than that, we will make sure that you get access to all the presentations, the recordings of today. Tomorrow, we are going to start very early. I normally have an 8 o'clock class. Those of you that are my students, you know yourselves, 8 o'clock is a date. I want to see you here in this hall, okay? And then we will continue for those online. You don't have to wait for that. But the climax of tomorrow would be the awards. Some very deserving people will be getting awards here. And then we are also going to have the students' plenary. Please make sure that you get all your students, Joessa and all. These will position you for the future. Things will happen. You will either decide that you want to continue to be an architect or you don't. Either way, you will find out. With that, we have come to an end in part. Please come tomorrow. Like I said, there are awards. I don't want to let the cat out of the bag, but a number of people at home and abroad will be presented with awards. For those of you that publish, we have the Architects Resourcery bookshop. It's online, but we have copies of the NIA journal available, the most current. So those of you that have published and you need copies, You can see, where is Michaela? Michaela? She's okay. So she will make those available tomorrow. We would like to give, don't know how he will receive this, the latest doctor in town. Please, we didn't start with a word of prayer, but the latest doctor in town, please come and close us with a word of prayer for today. The students, yes. Yeah. Please come up. There's always, everybody has their time to shine. You have the mic. I'm not going to tell you to off your mic. Anything you want to say briefly before the prayers, you're free. I'm going to step down from here. You'll have your word and then we'll pray. Please, 8 o'clock tomorrow, 400 level, 8 o'clock is a date here. Joesa, tell the Joesa guy that we are taking attendance. We understand that I won't name the department. They came and wrote their names and they ran away. Unfortunately, the MC was also in that department. So there's only one student that's cleared. Please, sir, you have the mic. You say what you want to say and then close us. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'm happy that we are at this point of this event. We started late. We all know that, and the result is as a result of most of us not getting here as early as possible. My announcement is going to be on the students. I had a class this morning when I came in. I was told that the week has been, the remaining, today and tomorrow have been declared lecture-free days because we want all the students to be in attendance. Unfortunately, most of them didn't come. I went to the class in the morning. I had to go to the classes in the morning to ensure that all the students I found in the class all come to this place. Most of them, when they came out, they left for home. I am sending this message to all the students. Please tell others. 8 o'clock tomorrow, there will be attendance here. Ensure that you are here tomorrow as early as 8 a.m. Otherwise, failure to come here tomorrow, the attendance will be taken, and that there will be penalty for that. There will definitely be penalty for that. We can't afford, to make 2 days, lecture-free days, only for you to stay away. So this is very, very important. Please pass this message to all the students. Now, I'm talking about students of architecture in particular. But of course, this is a faculty team. And students from other departments will speak with their head of departments to ensure that everybody is present here tomorrow. Yeah, we have hitches today, no doubt about it, but tomorrow will not, the mistakes that we made today will not repeat themselves tomorrow. I will also pray that the network will improve tomorrow. So, I thank you all for coming. I have been given a task to close this gathering with a word of prayer. So, we are in prayer. A'udhu billahi minash shaitani rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladzina an'amta alayhim. Ghayril maghdubi alayhim waladdallin. Amen. Almighty Allah, we give you thanks for making it possible for us to conclude this session today. We thank you for all that has happened here today. And as we leave here this evening, we pray and commit the continuation of this into your hands, that tomorrow will be a more successful outing. And we pray that all those that were not able to be part of it today, tomorrow you bring them safely, and those that have traveled from different locations to attend this function, that you will also ensure that their return will be safe. ربنا لا تزغ قلوبنا بعد إذ هديتنا وهب لنا من لدنك رحمة إنك أنت الوهاب سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Amin.